waiting. Those of you that have been here since 1 o'clock, we had some scheduling things, and here we are. It's 1:30. We are here at our June 6, 2023 City Council meeting. Our meetings are always public, and you can join us in person or on our agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. Right now, we're in work session, which is a meeting with no public comment, but tonight at 7 p.m., we will have a formal meeting where you can share public comments. And of course, you can always share your feedback by mail at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by phone at 801-535-7654. Written comments that we receive on agenda-related topics are shared with the council members and posted on our website, slccouncil.com. And now we will begin our work session. The first item on our work session is item 1, updates from the administration. And we have Andrew here to join us. And remind me your name, I'm sorry. Hannah from the mayor's office.
Okay. Ooh, sorry. I think I will never stop looking over my shoulder at that screen, even though it's right here in front of me. Okay, we can go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. Maybe. Okay. As always, here's a reminder for the city's webpage for residents to go and engage with the city and provide feedback on lots of different surveys that are available. Next slide. A few updates from planning for the reorganization of local historic district chapters. The planning commission recommended adoption in the process that's currently in the process of being transmitted to the council. And just for your awareness, here's a list of newly initiated projects that you will definitely be hearing more about in the future. For an update from Public Utilities, they are doing a lot of outreach regarding the influent pump station portion of the water reclamation facility project. And when the project gets going in the next several months, it will have minor impacts on roads near the water reclamation facility, therefore affecting the Guadalupe School. The Public Utilities team met with school representatives to figure out what their needs are and how the city can be the most accommodating to them. And the spring construction flyer hit mailboxes in the Rose Park community, and Public Utilities will also have a booth at the Rose Park Community Festival this upcoming Saturday. Public Utilities will also put together a social media campaign to further educate the public as to the importance of the new water reclamation facility. Next slide, please. As many of you know, the Ballpark Next design competition wrapped up this week with winners announced at a community event this past Wednesday night. Approximately 100 people attended to celebrate the resident, student, and professional design winners and hear more about the upcoming engagement process for the ballpark site redevelopment and provide feedback on which themes resonate with them and how they are feeling about the overall process. In total, 4,607 votes were cast for the 9 finalists, 3 of which were announced as winners at the event. An update from the Arts Council. They are currently collecting feedback on community values and goals for the public art program. They have a new survey asking residents what should be considered for public art on the west side of Salt Lake City, and the link to that survey is on the feedback page. Next slide, please. A number of updates from public lands. First, public engagement efforts for the Glendale Regional Park Plan concluded in June 2022. Upon compilation and analysis of the results, the final concept plan was developed, shared with the public, and incorporated into the final draft of the Glendale Regional Park Plan. This plan was shared with the City Council in March 2023 and was unanimously approved and adopted. Phase 1 of Glendale Park's construction will begin this fall. Further engagement on the remaining phases, like Phase 2 and beyond, will take place this summer. Public Lands has a number of survey results that I'm going to go over, 3 different surveys. First, survey results from the Laser Light Nights. Yes, I said that right. Laser Light Nights indicate that there was decent attendance at both Jordan Park and Liberty Park events in 2022, with the majority of survey respondents having attended. The overall rating for Laser Light Nights was mixed, with a significant portion giving ratings of 3 or lower out of 5. Respondents said that the primary sources of information about the events were Facebook, word of mouth, and local news stories. While some participants expressed uncertainty, a considerable percentage indicated that they would attend Laser Light Nights again. Overall, the feedback suggests a range of opinions regarding the event experience and highlights potential improvement areas, including looking for additional alternative non-firework ways to celebrate our July holidays. Public Lands is working to incorporate this feedback into future shows and look for different ways to celebrate. And a complete breakdown of those survey results are available upon request. Another survey, just going over some results here, is a survey about the Foothill Trailheads improvement. A total of 353 surveys were collected from the public from September 7th to October 10th, 2022. Generally, survey respondents expressed that all trailheads could benefit from water fountains, restrooms, trash receptacles, native water-wise landscaping, and better enforcement of off-leash dogs on trails. One survey respondent stated that drinking fountains and restrooms should be made wheelchair accessible. Participants believe there needs to be better signage with trail information, rules, and educational information. And most trail users expressed frustration with limited parking and were concerned that constructing the proposed trailhead designs would still not fulfill the demand for parking. Other trail users were concerned that improvements to the trailheads will further overburden the trails themselves and create more traffic issues in the surrounding neighborhoods. Many respondents would like the trailheads to maintain a natural feel and want development and impacts to be minimal. Survey respondents also stated that the trailheads could benefit from QR codes that lead users to a map of the trails. Overall, the comments from trail users indicate that individuals want to feel safe and for the trailheads to be well maintained and developed minimally. Safety concerns were usually in relation to speeding traffic, the unsheltered population, and car thefts. Lastly, some survey results from the Gateway Triangle Park. That survey closed in November 2022. Nearly 400 responses were recorded, and results revealed that respondents most value a beautiful, peaceful park space where they can connect with nature and gather with others. They would like to see a unique space that is comfortable and welcoming with amenities that cater to the people that live in the nearby apartments and condos. This project is currently on hold due to an unforeseen roadblock. However, Public Lands anticipates conducting further community engagement after developing options for the park design. Next slide, please. Here is the upcoming schedule for our outreach team's community office hours throughout the city for the month of June. I will be at Lindsay Gardens this coming Saturday, and I will be at Laird Park Monday, June 12th. So hope to see some folks from the public there. Next slide, please. This is just a list of some upcoming summer events. Obviously, it's event season, so this is quite a long list, but this is just from now up until the Juneteenth celebration. But some great opportunities for people to get involved with public events, and hopefully it won't be too hot. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Thanks, Hannah. Council members, any questions? Appreciate that information for us and for the community. Andrew?
Next slide, please. As you can see, the resource centers are running at very high capacity, still 99%, plus very few vacancies day in, day out. Rapid intervention team and the encampment impact mitigation work is going to be focused on the Folsom Trail and 8th West this week. We had a significant amount of folks leave other places and go there on Friday particularly. Number of camps is up significantly, which we could anticipate. We're tracking 54 of them now across the city, up from 37 2 weeks ago. Most of them are pretty small but are scattered. And then you can see the number of rapid intervention locations that VOA is doing outreach to, and we're doing cleanups on regularly and weekly. Special shout out to Councilmember Valdemoros, the council staff, and others in Hart, and then Magnolia, who initiated a 300 East cleanup last week between 1st and 2nd South. And a good turnout, great job beautifying that stretch of street, and I want to make sure we call attention to that effort. And then a resource fair is scheduled for this Friday at the 9th South River Park. That's where essentially Indiana Avenue starts at the river. Any questions, Mr. Chair?
Council members, any questions for Andrew? Thank you for those updates. Thanks for all the hard work you're putting in every day. Is that it for the administration? Thank you so much. Item number 2 is also an informational update from the administration, but this time the equity team. Who do we have here to give the equity update? Maybe not. Okay. Are we able to move on to the Cannon Greens Community Garden update in the meantime? I see Michaela. Tom. Is that all that we need?
Yes, Michaela is here.
And Allison, you have an introduction for us?
Yes, but it's,
All right. This
it's
is-
only to say that Michaela is here to do the presentation.
Okay, great. So this is the item number 3 on our agenda, which is a resolution about the Cannon Greens Community Garden at 1300 South and 8th West. The public benefits analysis and the lease rate and terms. And we have Michaela Respicio
Respicio Evans.
And Tom Millar from Public Lands.
Thank you. So I'll just be going through a brief presentation outlining the public benefits analysis for a below-market lease to the International Rescue Committee and Wasatch Community Gardens for 2 urban farming programs in the Glendale neighborhood. And I also just want to mention that we have James Loomis here from Wasatch Community Gardens in the audience, so if you have any specific questions about the program that I'm going to walk through from Wasatch, he's going to be your guy. Oh, next slide. Sorry. So first, just to go through the properties and the existing uses on these sites, we're looking at 13th South and 8th West. There's 8 properties that we're discussing today. The southern 4 properties are currently leased to the International Rescue Committee. The northwestern parcels indicated with that blue square are the former Cannon Greens Community Garden, which was managed by Wasatch Community Gardens. And then the 2 orange triangles are vacant parcels that have not had a use under the city. And there are currently no active operations or uses on these 8 parcels. Next slide. So a little bit of background. The IRC was issued their lease in 2017 for their New Roots program. After investing about $40,000 in cleanup and improvements on the site, some soil testing determined that there was elevated soil contamination beyond what was safe for in-ground planting, which put plans for this property on hold in 2019. After discovering that contamination, testing was done on the adjacent Cannon Greens Community Garden site, and that was also determined to have elevated contamination levels, so that was also closed in 2019. In 2022, City Council funded remediation of the Cannon Greens site through CIP, and then soil testing and excavation has been done throughout this spring with Public Lands and Sustainability and is expected to conclude in the coming weeks. Next slide. So the 2 programs that are targeted for this property are IRC's New Roots program, which currently has 2 other locations in Salt Lake County, as well as Wasatch Community Gardens' Green Team Job Training Program. New Roots provides agricultural space and technical assistance to refugees and supports the economic development of farmers through local farmers markets. In 2022, farmers through the New Roots program generated over $235,000 in revenue. The Green Team Job Training Program provides farm-based employment, mentorship, and training for women experiencing homelessness. In 2022, the program grew and sold 40,000 seedlings to thousands of Salt Lake County community members, provided food to 13 community agencies, including Neighborhood House, the YWCA, and Volunteers of America, and served 11,000 community members through their various programs and events. Next slide. So these are the proposed uses for the properties. The Green Team Job Training Program will be located on the eastern edge with a majority of their structures required for their program, as well as some in-ground planting. And then located to the east on those 4 parcels will be IRC's New Roots, which will primarily be planting beds. And just to note that the Green Team Job Training Program, you might know as the Green Phoenix Farm, which is currently located on RDA property, which their lease is now expiring, and so this would be their new home. Next slide. So this table outlines the proposed lease terms compared to what's there existing. The existing lease is for 4 properties totaling 1.66 acres, and the proposed new lease would just capture the remaining 4, adding 0.75 acres. The leaseholders would go from being just the IRC to a joint lease between IRC and Wasatch. The term would be 5 years initially, with an option for renewal for up to 4 more 5-year terms, totaling 25 years. The rate would remain the same, and the program would add the job training program onto the site. Next slide. The market lease rate for these 8 parcels was determined to be just under $80,000 annually. And in exchange for the reduced lease rate, the city would receive the following public benefits. First would be the activation and beautification of currently unused vacant properties, as well as improved environmental health. Both of these programs have shown dedication to regenerative agricultural practices, which means improving the health of the soil, introducing biodiversity, thinking about pollinator habitat. The next, economic development and sustainability. Both of these programs have shown a tremendous commitment to thinking about the economic well-being of their participants. The New Roots through training and mentorship, and as I mentioned, through New Roots actually being able to sell the produce that's being produced at these farms. Improved food access and increasing the amount of locally grown food here in our city. As well as giving participants the opportunity to share and build their food growing skills and education. And then just both of these programs have shown support for our refugees, women experiencing homelessness, and low-income populations, which has helped build strength and resilience in these communities. Next slide. Without this transaction, these programs would not be able to operate in the city due to the high cost of land, which is required for programs like this. Food equity and access is identified in many of Salt Lake City's documents and adopted plans as a goal, including the 2015 Plan Salt Lake, the 2021 Salt Lake City Food Equity Recommendations for Future Success, as well as the West Side Master Plan. And this site specifically was identified in the Mayor's 2022 plan for some kind of community development. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Pui.
Yes, thank you. These parcels, I've been asking about those parcels for a little while, so I'm excited to see something happening with them and this new proposal to grow some food in our community. My concern relates to the length of the contract, and I know that Wasatch Community Gardens and the International Rescue Committee would prefer longer leases, but my concern is economic development and growth. These are gigantic and beautiful pieces of land. The question is, does the city have an out if we find a good project that could go there for the benefit of the community? Not that this isn't. This is a fantastic thing. We need more of this. But we also need growth. We need the right activation in these areas. So I just want to make sure that there is an out, if you wish, because 25 years of these properties being undeveloped, to me, sounds like a problem. And know that food and food access and food equity are not a priority. They are a huge priority, and it's a huge issue, but many of the issues that we face on the west side relate to the lack of economic opportunity, and underdeveloped land doesn't help on that.
Yes, thank you. So the proposed structure of the lease would be for that initial 5 years, and then after that, at every point, we would have the opportunity to renew for an additional 5-year period. So at that point, we would be able to essentially come together with Wasatch Community Gardens and the International Rescue Community and make a decision about whether or not we would want to renew the lease for that additional 5-year period. And then with that 25-year cap on it, that would be essentially at that point, if we were to continue through those 4 5-year renewals, then at that point, we would have to initiate a brand new lease anyway. So at every 5 years, we would have that opportunity to be able to reevaluate.
So we're locked for 5 years, and then we have the opportunity to renegotiate at that point. Interesting. Thank you.
Typically, a lease with an option to renew, I thought, was at the lessee's option, right? And
I think it's administrative. Is that what you mean?
administrative.
Also,
I thought if you're leasing a space and you have the option to renew, you can just choose to exercise that option with whatever rent escalators, or is it something that you both have to agree?
you can write it either way, I think, Katie, is that?
That really depends on how the contract is written and how the city decides to negotiate it.
Okay. And so what Michaela mentioned, in this case, it is that both parties have to agree. Do we?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And the attorney's office has been through the contract?
Yes.
And the renewal or the continuation, taking advantage of the next period, is it an administrative decision or a legislative decision? I would think administrative.
I think that's correct, although if the council wanted to say, this is important to us, will you consider it as a policy objective for this public benefits analysis, you certainly could.
Councilmember Puig, does that answer your question?
I mean, it answers the question. I'm still concerned about, the implications to this area. I mean, the Glendale Community Council, many members of the Glendale Community Council have mentioned these properties as catalytic to this node, if you wish. Know that a garden isn't a good thing. I mean, again, I don't want to, in any way demean the need for food and the need for learning how to grow food and in our city. It's a fantastic thing, and just don't want to I want to make sure that we're not hurting ourselves for a great opportunity, maybe for mixed income, economic development, economic opportunity in there, if we are locked in for so many years. So, but yeah, that's my concern there.
Okay. Councilman Petro.
Is there a way to bind ourselves with a legislative intent-like thing, similar to what we asked during the siting of the other side village, that would say that we are committing to identifying other parcels for economic development in this area?
You wouldn't bind yourselves, but you could express your intent to do that. And you could also make a condition of approval if you wanted to have this lease last for less time or things like that.
When I look at their property over on, is it 600 East there? And I see that plot that also could be used for economic development, but is now an oasis, is now something wonderful. It would be my hope that we would commit ourselves as a city to say, if we're allocating this, then the things around it need to be comparable to what the East Side has so that we can experience that growth. And then I think you're right. Then that becomes a beautiful accessory and needed component and not an underdevelopment.
I agree. Thank you for that.
And I'm not going to necessarily comment on what your community needs on that specific parcel, but I will say my private business office right next to the Green Phoenix Farm for many years, and they were a great neighbor, and I loved the activity that was happening there, and I've been nervous about them finding a new home for that program because I know how much good it does for not just the individuals that work there, but the community as a whole. And so not to take anything away from whether or not this is the right spot for them, I'm just really excited I'm really hopeful that either this or some other way that program will be able to continue, because it really was, it was great to watch what was happening there all the time.
I'm excited for it. I didn't sound like it, but I am. And if you guys know how much I love growing plants, so I will be there.
Watering trees. Tom?
One thing I did want to note to Councilmember Petro's point, the 600 East and 800 South Wasatch Community Gardens campus is owned by Wasatch Community Gardens and is not leased by the city to the garden or to the organization.
And so if the council doesn't have other complaint or concerns, this would be on your, there's a public hearing tonight, and it would be on your July 13th agenda for action.
All right, councilors, any more questions?
July or June?
One of those months, but probably June.
Thanks, Allison. All right, I see no more questions. Thank you for that, Michaela and Tom. Thank you for being here. We're going to go back to number 2, which is our informational equity update. I think the team is here for that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the little delay there.
That's okay. We've all had a little bit of scheduling confusion today, so glad you're here now. Can you introduce yourselves and
Roxana Oriana, Policy Advisor for Refugees and New Americans.
Chris Hansen, Know Your Neighbor Volunteer Coordinator.
Zalmay Maliar, Know Your Neighbor Program Coordinator for Afghan Community.
wonderful? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Today we want to tell you a little bit about what we have been working on. Earlier this month, I think we have some slides. We partner with the county and the Salt Lake County Mayor's office and their Salt Lake County Office of New Americans to distribute emergency kits to the Afghan community. We had Salme serve there as the contact for the community members as well as the interpreter to connect them with those resources. Next slide.
We also have the World Refugee Day event coming up on June 16th and 17th. I hope everyone here is able to make it. We have over 100 plus organizations, community groups, and refugee businesses that are participating in this year's event. We're expecting around 10,000 people to attend. And there are 24 sponsors this year, including the Know Your Neighbor program. For the second year in a row, Know Your Neighbor program has also taken on all of the volunteers and coordination for the event. And then in partner with the World Refugee Day event, we also have the citizenship ceremony that is happening on June 14th. We have about 100 applicants being naturalized. That is 10 refugees and 90 immigrants. And we will have remarks from the Lieutenant Governor, the Executive Director of the Department of Workforce Services, and USCIS at that event at the Rotunda. All right, and next slide, please.
And then to make it easier for all of you, just put all the events happening in June that we would love to see you participate and attend. We have as Chris mentioned, the citizenship ceremony, and then the festival. And then on June 20th, Catholic Community Services has a Forced to Flee event. And then on June 22nd, Mayor's Office and the Community Outreach Team are having a gathering to discuss refugee and immigrant issues, as well as a ceremonial section to recognize World Immigrant Heritage Month as well as World Refugee Day. And that's all we got. Any questions?
But is that your whole? Thank you so much. Any questions, council members? I just want to say thank you for your work with that community. Oh, did I cut you off, Councilmember Dugan? Oh, you just looked like you were about to talk, but you were just reading intently. I think it's important for us as a community to make sure that it's well known that we value the refugees in our city, and we think that they add a ton to our community, both in terms of adding culture and vibrancy, but also just economic development and everything across the board. We love having them as part of our community. So thank you for bringing these events to us. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just thinking when it was mentioned the naturalization ceremony, when was mine? And I was just doing math very quickly. And it's been 2.5 years since I was naturalized. And it took a long time to get to that point for me. I'm not a refugee myself, but I'm an immigrant. And the struggles that I went through, I believe, were rough and tough. I cannot even imagine as a refugee what it is. So again, I want to mention Councilman Romano. Just mention what he just talked about is thank you for your work. It means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, and I echo what they have said. And as an immigrant myself, I felt welcome in this country. I know some people don't that much, but know that the city does welcome all refugees, that now that we have, some of us immigrants have the opportunity to serve and help others, we're here for that. That's one of the main reasons why we sit in this council, to give the opportunities to others, like we were giving it once, and also to mention that if you look at the elected official spectrum, not only at the city but also at the state, there are a lot of very similar stories about the immigration story, the naturalization story. I know Senator Escamilla is one of them, and if you look at some others, you'll see that there are some others out there in Utah that represent this group. So hopefully we can do a service to the new immigrants and look up to us. And if you need to reach out, please do. Please let them know, because we're here to help. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that you're doing. All right, great. That was item number 2. We've already done 3, so we are moving on to number 4, which is our fiscal year 2023-24 budget for the Capital Improvement Program. Ben Ludke from council staff is here. And then I have Aaron Price and Mike Atkinson listed. Is that the right people? Hello.
Before we get started, just want to make sure council members have the simplified funding log. There are extra copies on the big table in the corner.
We are about to get it.
Okay, they were on your desks if you missed it. And then also the mayor's recommended CIP budget book, which is in addition to the annual budget book. And electronic versions of these are also attached to the staff report if anyone prefers a PDF or for members of the public. The council approves the overall funding as well as debt service payments for CIP as part of the annual budget. You'll see this as a separate motion and a section in the big motion sheet next week for the adoption of the city budget. The project-specific allocations are discussed in July and August and need to be approved by September 1st. This year, the proposed CIP budget is over $39 million. This is $7.4 million, or 16% less than fiscal year 23. Fiscal year 23 was a record year for capital projects. So while the proposed budget for fiscal year 24 is smaller, it's important to remember that the sales tax revenue bond, $67.5 million, those projects will continue to be implemented over the next 2.5 years. And the first issuance of the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Bond is expected to be issued next fiscal year. So while there's less funding in CIP this cycle, the city still has a large number of capital projects that are in progress right now. The $39 million total budget.
Ben, real
Yes.
quick, the ones that are in progress, I know for a long time we were seeing pretty dramatic price corrections on them. Are the price corrections slowing down, or are we still needing to brace for a bunch of those?
I would say the higher prices are sticky. They're still high. They're probably not going to come down. But as you may have seen in the news, we're not seeing the increases continuing at the pace that they were for the last 2 years. So inflation is less, but those higher costs are here and probably here to stay.
Thanks.
Of the $39 million total, there is $10 million that is unrestricted general fund dollars. These are the most flexible funds, and they're available to go to any project. There is $11 million that is going to debt service. These are payments on existing bonds, including the sales tax revenue bond that was approved last year. That means of the general fund transfer into CIP, 44% of that transfer is going to pay for debt. So the higher the debt, the less money available for new projects. Impact fees are a little bit less this year compared to last. It's $1.4 million less. And page 6 of the staff report has the current available to spend balances of the 4 impact fee types. And that chart was updated based on the amount of impact fees that are proposed to be spent in the mayor's recommended budget, as well as several items in budget amendment number 6 for the current fiscal year that are using impact fees. 2 other notes about the staff report. Page 3 has 5 projects of council member interest. Those 5 projects are not recommended for funding by the advisory board or the mayor. You'll also see them in unresolved issues. The policy questions for CIP are on page 4 of the staff report. And the last thing from me, the total number of applications is significantly less this year. We had 90 last year, and this year it's 59. Now, the amount of funding requested still far exceeds the available funding, but it does help to have fewer applications since there's also less funding to go around. With that, I'll turn it over to Aaron and his team for the budget presentation.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you for letting us be here today. Rachel and Mike are going to handle most of the presentation. This is Rachel Molinari and Mike Atkinson, and I'll let them
Just like get real close to the mic.
I have to get real close to the mic. There we go. Whoa. So yeah, this is Rachel Molinari and Mike Atkinson. They'll be heading up most of this presentation, so I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thanks. So I am the capital asset planning manager, and I'm get the pleasure of managing the newly created capital asset planning team. And this is our presentation for CIP.
If we could skip to the 3rd slide, please.
So with this new team, we're also creating a capital asset planning committee. And with the CDCIP board, with the annual funding of this, all of the constituent and internal projects are submitted through the CDCIP board, and they review them. But previously, each of the departments and divisions will, there's been less coordination through that, and they're submitting theirs independently. Going forward, we're creating the capital asset committee, and so this flow chart has the capital asset plan in the middle and in the blue there, and we'll bring in all of the capital asset planning master plans for each of the divisions and departments, and coordinate that and really coordinate all of the funding, the projects, the funding sources of all of the existing projects and the new projects, that we can have a better understanding of all the projects, how they are within their project, within their history, and exactly how we're using each of the funding sources. And we'll also have input from RDA and public utilities with each of the projects. Of these, we'll provide that information to give to the CAP committee that will then review. They'll be part of the process. They'll review each of the internal projects prior to them being submitted to the CDCIP board. So we'll have a holistic approach with the city for the general fund portion of the the CD projects. And then the finance committee will review each of them as well. Next slide, please. This new capital asset plan will also help feed the impact fee facilities plans this year, or in fiscal year 24. We plan on redoing the parks and fire and police impact fee facilities plans. And we will have each of the groups and a methodology committee that goes through and reviews those. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Mike. So the next slide is a screenshot of the dashboard that we introduced last year. You should be familiar with it. We've just updated it with the FY24 projects. And currently it's only available internally with the goal to push it out externally once we work out all the kinks and make sure everything is working correctly. Next slide, please. Here we have our FY24 projects mapped out. It's on top of the historic redlining districts. So you can just see in comparison where those lie. Next slide, please.
These are the ongoing portion of the 39 million. This is 14 million for the ongoing expenditures. This is the debt service portion and ongoing maintenance in the different areas.
Next slide. So here is a breakdown of the FY24 applications. There were 58 applications submitted. It was an even split, 29 and 29, internal versus external, versus constituent. There was a total of 49 million in requested funding. There were 25 projects recommended, totaling almost $25 million. There were 5 constituent applications recommended for a total of almost, or just over $2 million. And then to the right there is just the breakdown of the applications in relation to the division or department. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of the constituent applications. There was a request for almost $11 million. And then you can see the graph of the council districts that they were submitted from and the division or department that the applications fall into those groups. So you can see the majority of them were public lands focused. Next slide, please. This is the mayor's recommendations breakdown. And so as you can see, the majority are citywide projects and majority are internal applications. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Can we move to the next slide? We may have a frozen technology situation. We have it pulled up. If you can
Great.
just keep going.
Our next slide is the list of there we go, the mayor's recommendations. So like project-specific titles here and the council district that they're from and what division or department they fall under. The mayor's recommendations match the CDCIP board recommendations. The only difference is that the mayor recommended adding $150,000 for a West Side Art project. Next slide.
Looking forward, we are currently integrating using projects within Workday, and we'll be doing that in the Go Live coming up in July, where we will be tracking CIP in by project within. And also we are with the committee and other software, and we look forward to policy discussions as well as we go forward in our discussions in July and August.
All right.
Thank you.
Is that the presentation?
That's all we have, unless you have any questions for us.
Thank you so much. Council members, do you have any questions on CIP?
Are we asking about individual items right now?
I think we can. If there are any general questions, let's do that first.
We do
but-
this all during July. We can ask specific project questions after budget season.
Correct. Yeah,
Let's
what we
that.
do during now is to set the amount. So if we know there's a lot of things that we want to add, then it would be best to get money into the CIP account, but choosing specific projects happens next month. But I don't think it's inappropriate to bring up specific ones, just so we have a sense.
I think it's more important to get through unresolved issues today.
Right, because we can talk about the projects that we want to add to it at the unresolved and later portions of it.
The graph that I saw, I do have a question in general, is the one about the pie chart between internal versus constituent applications that were funded. Is that based on dollar amount or number of applications?
Well, that's a good question. I don't recall. I believe it's number of applications.
Okay.
Or, sorry, in the mayor's one?
This
It should be dollar.
That
Okay,
chart.
yeah, I believe it's dollar recommendations. I don't have it pulled up in
Okay.
here because it's just a graphic on my
I
end.
guess
but
just as a piece of information, and I don't know if it would be your team or our staff or if the information is even available, but looking at that over the past 5 or 10 years, what percentage of internal versus constituent applications have been funded would be an interesting thing to look at and see, is there an average or a trend, or is it just all over the board?
So are you looking for funded or recommended? Just so we can clarify
That's
our
a really
research.
good question.
Okay.
I guess funded
Okay.
is what is most important.
Yeah.
Okay. But I also would assume that the constituent applications are more often the ones that are added by the council. Would be my guess.
Yes.
I'm just making stuff up, but
I don't have the numbers to back it up, but my hunch is I think you're correct.
Be interesting to see.
There is a chart, I think it's on page 5 of the staff report, showing applications over the last 8 years, constituent versus departmental, but that doesn't show the additional step that you talked about, which were funded. So we can come back with that extra layer.
If it's easy, it's not a huge thing, but it would be an interesting thing to sort of track for me.
Mr. Chair, on the citywide projects, is that just more than two districts be involved?
So, yeah, in the breakdown, if it's multiple districts or if it's in general a citywide program, like a lot of engineering or transportation applications would encompass all districts citywide. So we grouped it as multiple districts or citywide.
Okay, thank you.
All right. One piece of information that I think we'll have later this week, and it'll be part of unresolved issues, is reviewing all capital accounts with positive balances that are over 3 years old. The last few annual budgets that resulted in remaining balances that weren't needed or projects that weren't pursued for whatever reason, and the council has recaptured those funds to use for new projects. So we don't have that amount today, but we hope to have it for your next unresolved issues discussion.
Okay, that would be great, because I do remember that being a good way to get a couple of those other things funded. All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your presentation. We're going to move on to item 5 in our agenda. Item 5 is the fiscal year 2023 through 24 budget for Information Management Services, IMS. And we have Kiera Luke here with the council policy staff introduction. I see Aaron Bentley online, and then Noel, Joseph, and Chad here in person. Kira, why don't you give us an introduction?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. So just a brief overview of IMS to kick it off. They are the technical support backbone for the other departments in the city. As the city's relationship with technology is evolving and becoming more intertwined, so has IMS's role within the city. They have some new divisions in recent years, like they've got GIS and data analytics. They're taking on a larger role coordinating multi-departmental innovations like the ERP and the CRM. They also have the city's multimedia and engagement services. And a lot of these are kind of centralizing roles that were previously spread throughout multiple city departments. They're operated as an internal service fund, which means that its source of revenue comes from charging fees to the city departments and funds based on the services provided. In IMS, that looks a lot like the computers they provide or the software contracts they're managing on behalf of other departments. And that's another one of those big centralization things that we're seeing over the last few years. Their budget's been increasing, and a lot of what we're seeing there is that's absorbing expenses that have been in other departments. The recommended budget for this year is $32,627,754, which is about a 28% increase over the adopted budget for the previous fiscal year. Some of the major themes that we're seeing are there's been an ongoing inflationary impact on contract expenses and salaries, so that's been one of the bigger expenses leading to that increase. Maintenance, keeping software and hardware up to date and in compliance with other regulations like the city's radio system overhaul. And then the centralization that I kind of pointed out in the intro. We've got some policy questions on page 2, and those touch on page 2 of the staff report specifically. Those touch on the contractual increases, the city's security profile, which is another major role that IMS plays for the city. Some of the equity initiatives that are technology related, the constituent resource management software and how that use is going, because that's been a multi-year investment from the city, and then the new city survey tools. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the department for their presentation.
Thank you, Kira.
Thanks, Kira.
Hi, Aaron,
I'll
how
kick
are
it
you?
off.
Go ahead.
All right, if we could move to slide 3, I'd appreciate that. And as Kira mentioned, the role of IMS has changed much under the current administration. I just wanted to point out how we're organized here, and that's through the administration group, the IT operations group, and then under the Chief Innovation Officer, Noel Walkinshaw, media, innovations, engagement, and communications. And on the slide, I wanted to point out our 16 apprentices, which is something we're very proud of. You actually just heard from Zalmay, who started off his work in the city in IMS and then moved over to the mayor's office. And one of our recent initiatives there is engaging with the Salt Lake City School District, where now we have an ongoing partnership where those students that are on release time will come over and work in our department and get access to training and opportunity for technology growth. If we can go to the next slide, please. I will cover this insight, and then I'm going to move it pass it over to Chad. This insight is for the administration, the Office of the CIO. Right now we have, hold on one second. Right now we have a part-time employee that we would like to move to a full-time employee as an office facilitator. Mary Beth and I worked together sharing a resource for a while, and then it just became too much for that resource to cover. We're also asking for an increase in the fund for the PC replacement fund. The $337,000 really covers inflationary costs, and then also in early cares funding, we received money towards PCs, and now that money is up and these computers are ready to be replaced. We're also recommending the beginning of the radio replacement fund as we centralize radios under IMS to have efficiency there. And as the city moves towards the UCA network and to a new standard that it's called the P25 standard, it came out of after 9/11, trying to get all the agencies, the operation, or the ability to communicate interoperability-wise across the nation. And so that's one of our recommendations for this year. So if we'll go to the next slide, Chad will take it.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Speak really close to the microphone.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see from this slide, the inflationary costs that we've had to deal with some of our larger applications, such as Microsoft, such as Adobe, has been an issue. What you see on this slide is actually the chart related to our Microsoft costs in particular. You'll notice that about every 3 years we do have an increase. That relates to the fact that every 3 years we redo our agreement with Microsoft. So you'll see it's generally flat for a couple years and then it goes up every third year. That is pretty consistent. It also includes us adding different applications through Microsoft, whether it be additions to Azure or Power BI, a lot of other different applications that we get through Microsoft. So anyway, this is more or less what we're seeing, whether it's Microsoft or Adobe, as a general trend. Next slide, please. Insight number 3 relates to our cybersecurity team. As you can imagine, cybersecurity is extremely important to us. We would rather Salt Lake City nor our team end up in the papers. And so this is something we feel from a staffing standpoint, we'd like to bolster our cybersecurity team by adding an analyst. This will help us with not only diagnosing any intrusions, but this person would also be in charge of doing any mitigations. Along with that is an additional $40,000 for security testing, 75% of which we plan to fund through our IMS fund balance. And then at the bottom, we have our spam filter through Microsoft, which is also known as Microsoft Defender. This is actually replacing the 2 products that we were using on site when we had our email on site. So we're reducing a couple of costs, but we're also adding a cost related to the spam filter. Next slide, please. We're also requesting an additional data analyst for the data and GIS team. One thing that has become abundantly aware is that the city is very interested in being data-driven and making data-driven decisions. And to that end, we'd really like to bolster our staff for that group. That group is pretty small, but it is growing, and there's not a day that goes by where we don't have people who are in discussions, whether it be with the mayor's office, with the police department, with any number of different departments, and they're asking for data to help make data-driven decisions. And that is very important, to be able to not just throw data out there, but to make sure we are providing data that is legitimate and helps us to make informed decisions. Next slide, please. Next up is our field services team. This team, over the last 10 to 12 years, is our only operational division that has truly shrunk. And this is unfortunate, considering we have consistently, we've got more people that we are supporting, and per customer, per person we have in the field, they have more applications and they have more devices. So this has put a great deal of stress on our field services team. So very much highly recommend that we add an additional support staff to that team, as well as a request for an additional $25,000 for on-call and overtime pay. Next slide, please. And then we have the software services team, where we have a request for an additional $180,000 in consulting related to Workday and business license. As you guys are all aware, if you haven't been hiding, Workday is going live with time tracking and finance, et cetera, here next week. But the work doesn't end next week. We have a lot to do, and unfortunately, we just don't have enough staff to be able to handle all of the requests, and that's why we need the additional consulting services to be able to finish off a lot of these projects and be able to create a lot of this information. Financial management software, we're requesting additional $350,000 towards capital asset planning and an additional $300,000 towards treasury management software. And then there are some transfers where we are taking over, we are going to centrally manage the computer-aided design software, the CAD software for the city. This has previously been in 2 other departments that have paid for it themselves, and we have mutually decided that it is better for IMS to centrally manage this. So they're going to transfer this money over to us so that we can redo the annual licensing contract, and it just makes it easier for everybody. And then finally here we have our Versaterm, which is our computer-aided dispatch system that the entire county is using. In the past, the Public Safety Department has funded this, and now we are that money is going to be transferred over to IMS, and we will plan to do the funding for the Versaterm project into the future now that it is being moved into the cloud, and we are partnering with VEC on this function. Next slide, please.
Okay. Okay. Media services. This position is the communications engineer. Our hope here is to build some depth within our team. This is a technical position where media services, there's a lot that's going on with broadcasting, all of our meetings, the sound, the broadcasting, all of that. And we just are reliant on a pretty small team of people, and we don't have a lot of redundancy on the team. And our hope is to build some redundancy on that team so that we can continue to make those investments. And we know that it's important that our media services are stable and broadcast well. And so that's one of the positions that we're hoping for here. Next slide, please. Change management. As a part of the Workday process, we made a big investment in change management. We talk a lot about project management, which is, move the ball from A to B to C, but that doesn't necessarily change the organization. So one of the things that we want to do is be more deliberate about change and organizational change. A project is really measured by its adoption. And so we want to make that investment into the team so that we can take it into other projects, both technical and projects that are non-technical. Similar, I would say, to what we did with civic engagement a long time ago. We tried to build a culture of engagement, an expectation of engagement by learning about different techniques and bringing those out. That's one of the things that we would hope to do here, right, is how do we help our organization involved? What are the things that people can do as a part of a change, whether it's a policy, a technology, or something like that, that helps move the organization's adoption? Next slide, please. Engagement and communications. Recently, we transitioned a software position over to our team to be the new web architect, the web administrator, and we are hoping to get a web content specialist. The Salt Lake City website's not exactly great right now. There's a lot of holes in it, links that are broken. We haven't had sort of some central command on that. Some groups have staff that are able to manage their own departments. Some groups do not have that. Our hope is to be deliberate about that, to initially try to strengthen that. Plus, with this latest legislative session, we've been mandated to move to a .gov environment for our public-facing services. And so we need to build a team around that so that we can come up with a strategy to transition to a .gov. So initially, try to get the website a little bit nicer, fewer broken links, a little bit better strategy, but then also come up with a more formal strategy on how we transition our public-facing services to .gov. The Director of Communications and Branding is a similar in that IMS is housing, social media, engagement. We've got a graphics team. And the city has communications folks and engagement folks throughout the city. But we really haven't had sort of that centralization to help drive that consistency in tool sets, the consistency in branding, and as a result, we do get to be a bit loose. The intent is not necessarily to replace some of the key communications, right? Council office, mayor office, you've got great communications. It would be to support by helping with branding strategies, graphic strategies. Places like the police, the fire, the airport, utilities that have big public, it wouldn't be to replace those, but just to help sort of drive some tool sets to help them with branding, help them with tools, help with communications and things like that, because those are very specific communications things. And just kind of try to tighten it up and be more deliberate in how we communicate and engage with the community. Next slide, please. I think this is just a summary of funding from the fund balance. And I'm going to let our accountant, Joseph, talk about this.
IMS has a very good request this year, and so to assist with the funding of this, we have agreed to pull some of the funds from our fund balance, which we have been able to build up over the last few years. And so this is a breakdown specifically of the amounts that will be coming from the IMS fund balance. We'll be pulling $300,000 for the radio project completion. We will be pulling $1.75 million for the build out for public services. $337,000 will come for PC replacement, $30,000 for the cybersecurity penetration testing, and the council remote meetings professional services. We will also pull that from our fund balance. Total is $2.4 million. This is a total summary of everything that we're requesting in total. This was you can see the FY23 approved with everything broken down, and then you can see the FY24, and then the request is in the far right column of the change.
Next slide.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes, this is, next slide, please. And then the last is, this is the total breakdown of all the requests as we are requesting it. Next slide, please. Thank you. What questions do you have for us?
Thank you for the presentation. Council members, questions? Dugan?
Yes, thank you very much. Just on maybe a security, when we go to .gov, is there any security concerns on cyber going from .com to .gov, and is it just kind of like a quick?
No, it's not necessarily a quick. The intent is to improve security by going through that. It sort of creates an umbrella. I can't say that I understand it all, but the intent is to improve security by going to the .gov. That's one of the reasons the state has mandated that. It's not necessarily just change the URL. And then when we work with third-party providers, we have some third-party providers that provide public-facing things. We'll need to work with them to do that. The scope of it we haven't fully identified yet because we're trying to staff up to come up with that strategic plan.
Okay, but when you're doing the switchover, is there a security concern at that switchover time frame, going from one to the other, of just having both of them out there, or does that? It's just not really.
I don't know that. Yeah. I don't believe so.
Okay. No, there really isn't there shouldn't be any security concerns. It's basically just changing from one domain format to another. And the other reason for doing it is also to avoid confusion. That's something that has been a little confusing for people in the past when they see slcgov.com or our websites.com. They don't see us as a government agency. So as much as it is for branding, it's also to eliminate confusion.
Okay, and one more question, Council, Mr. Chair. On the software upgrades, is that like a multi-year contract when we do software upgrades? we have a couple upgrades here for software for $3,000 or $4,000, and are those multi-year contracts that we do that? Because I'm just curious.
Those are not yet contracted.
Okay.
Those would be new services that we would be bringing on. Largely, they're being driven by our finance and our capital group. And then the other one is the treasury management really is investment management, and it's managing the city's investments. We have an old in-house built system currently that's become outdated. We would like to modernize that investment management system because we need to, and also it will work better with interfacing with Workday and things like that to give us a better implementation.
And Councilmember Dugan, we do try to do multi-year wherever possible because that helps us hold the cost. Like when Noel negotiated the Workday contract, he did a very long multi-year, and that saved a lot of money. But we try to do that. There are a few of our vendors where we can't do multi-year, but wherever possible, we do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We can't enter a contract if we don't have the money. So, yeah.
Councilmember Petro, and then Pui.
Can I just get clarification on the radios? Because this feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. I thought we already funded the radios. Is this another phase? Is this outstanding?
Yep, I can speak to that. So this is another phase. So actually we've funded this several times. The first time last year we funded infrastructure to build out a second network that we'll need, and that was in the bond. And then there was CIP money, and that was used to pay for the first phase of public safety. And then during Budget Amendment 5, you helped pay for the second phase of public safety. And now we're moving to the rest of the general fund. So public services and CAN and those are other areas that use radios. That's where we're going. So the build out, the radios will be done after this group, except for enterprise funds. And then we're still working on the bond money and determining what part of the network we have to build, what can sit on the state's network, and what we need to build our own network for.
Thank you.
It is a little bit of Groundhog Day.
Thank you for validating that I'm not just going crazy.
Councilmember Pui.
Yeah, quick question. Well, two parts. One is about cybersecurity, and I know that the threat of cybersecurity never ends. I see that you are putting more resources into this. Is there a value, or you are already working with outside agencies that specialize on this instead of? Know that you shouldn't be building your own team of experts, but I felt like the specialization of this seems to be a niche on some people that it just wake up and think about this. And have we thought about that as far as I don't know, maybe government is different than other companies, but I know that some companies are hiring outside companies to do that. Thank you. And that's the first part. Thank you.
I can talk to that as well. So the Senate bill that was listed for the radios and for the website, that's actually the state has taken lead, and as part of that bill, created a relationship. So that bill should drive a stronger relationship between the state and the counties and the cities, so that we can be more collaborative. And they've created. I guess I would say a center for excellence there. So as the state moves forward with that, and Alan, the CIO up there, grows that group, it should help all of us across the state. So we're not having to. We need some staff, but we don't want to be in this all by ourselves.
And very briefly, I don't know if you guys have been following our unresolved issues. Very brief list of. 125 items, I don't know, unresolved issues list, but there's a few that are my fault, and one of those is 47, which is the 911, and I believe, Aaron, we maybe closed some of that loop today with the chief, and it relates to, I just learned something today about this, which it relates to going to the cloud, and I think for what I understand, the city is moving to the cloud, and hopefully by the end of the year, is that what it is, the goal, to try to move some of this
That's data? Exactly right. So for public safety, there's two pieces of software. There's the records management piece, And we're now in a consortium with the whole county, and we plan to move that, if everything goes well, in the next 2 weeks. And then in late fall, the computer-aided dispatch will move, and then we can work with Versaterm, the same vendor, on putting in this other technology, council member, that you're requesting. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I have kind of just an interesting story about moving to the cloud. I was out in the hall talking to our Workday project manager. He and his partner have a small gift shop in Santa Fe, and they're moving to a new location, and he's trying to get sign permits, utility permits, things of that nature. And someone was digging a hole and cut the internet to City Hall. And so Santa Fe City Hall has no internet, and they're not sure when they're going to pick it up. And everything is on premise, so they can't process or help anyone with permits or any other things. So, you know, one of the great values of moving to the cloud is somebody with a track hoe that's digging in the wrong spot.
I have a question about the Director of Communications and Branding. And communications and branding is very important. My husband would be mad if I said anything otherwise. But I'm wondering what this person in IMS is going to do, because a lot of our major departments have their own Director of Communications. So can you just go over that one more time?
Yeah, so you've got the major departments have communications folks, right? Utilities, airport, police, fire. Ideally, what this person would do would be to support them with graphics, designs, brandings, things of that nature. The balance of the city does not have that resource. And we've got lots of folks. I think we have a monthly communications meeting, and I understand there are over 120 people that are sort of communications folks that come to that meeting. So the intent really is to, help supervise our engagement team, help supervise our social media team, and our build some depth within the team that we have now, which is pretty flat. And then really start focusing on boosting the branding guidelines, developing branding guidelines, so that when we do a public engagement, we don't go out and spin up a whole new brand for that project, right? And to build those pieces, also to help sort of reinforce social media usage around the city. I don't know, we're into the dozens and dozens of social media accounts, right? To try to help manage that work. And then just really help those divisions and departments that don't have those communications resources to improve their ability to communicate, press releases, things of that sort, help drive.
So will this,
Go ahead.
Position be, I know you're an internal service fund, right? So will this position be funded by primarily the departments that don't have their own in-house communications teams? Like, will they be paying an additional service charge for paying for this person? Because it seems like a pretty high-level position. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's largely, Aaron can speak to it. He understands the internal services billing.
Yeah, so how that works is it's based on an allocation based on usage. So those areas that have higher usage would pay a higher percentage of that expense. And another kind of piece of this, and Councilmember Puya actually talked about, I think last Thursday, if you were to go out and look at the city cars out there, how you couldn't tell which car, we have the old logo, the new logo, and now we have departments that are out there creating their own brand that way. And so as we try to set up the standard for what the city is, so people can see, oh, that's a Salt Lake City car. I know that's a Salt Lake City car. It's not, I didn't just put a new wrap on it. That's part of the whole discussion, is so that we can do that. And a good example city, if you wanted to go look at that, is the city of Boston, where they've really embraced this. The city of Denver as well, that they tried to, we are the city, the thing we've been talking about, we look at everything that's about it, just like the PowerPoint presentations that the administration's brought forward. So there's not just confusion amongst those that live in Salt Lake of, is this really a city employee or is this a city service or what?
So I appreciate that. I agree that some additional consistency may be good for us. I guess it feels a bit like a policy decision to say that the person that's going to be in charge of the branding direction for the entire city sits in IMS, and I'm just questioning whether or not that's the right spot for it. But like, if this is the person that all the other departments' communications people need to go through to get approved for what they're going to put out to the city, first of all, is that the question? If not, and if so, it feels like we should think about
I don't think it would be as heavy-handed as that.
Maybe just a little history, if I may. The communication team, I'm not sure what we call them lately, but they were in the council, embedded them in community and economic development at the time, what's now CAN. And that wasn't ideal because all of the departments didn't feel comfortable accessing it there. So then it was moved to IMS as a resource and sort of service providing group. So I think this is an extension of that. And there's always the messaging that goes through the mayor's office and gets mayor's approval, or our office gets council approval. But this is more of the big picture, long-term public engagement type things that they usually work on, data-related stuff. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got, and then things like press releases press management would still happen through the mayor's office, or press management would still happen through your office. This person wouldn't necessarily be the press manager per se, but they could help someone in, planning write a press release or things like that. Just sort of help with those services to kind of help tell the story, but they would not necessarily be the overarcher that says, no, you can't go to the press with that. That would not be the role of this person. It's more internal support. Oh, Lisa can tell us more.
Lisa.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate the discussion. I think that when you acknowledge that there's a legislative and an administrative branch of government, one place that you want to embed these types of services, that you want to receive equal treatment, right, across all of the departments and both branches of government. IMS is a perfect choice for that. We have others, finance, right, the attorney's office, obviously, but IMS is where we've embedded some of these services that seem to, in this form of government, when you have two separate branches, you have to embed these types of internal services in a place where it can equally serve everyone. So we don't have a lot of choices there because of the form of government, but IMS seems to be a pretty good fit. It's worked well for our innovations team and our community engagement. Like Cindy was talking about, it used to be in CED, but that didn't seem to fit right because it seems like they're not an internal service and they had their own view on how things should go there, or at least a perception of that. And so embedding them in a place that is service-oriented is the goal.
Okay.
I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. Councilor Dugan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at some of the questions coming from the staff on the equity side, a couple years ago, we realized in 2020 that we had a big digital divide across the city, and it became very apparent when we had to go online for everything. And we did a lot of stuff to close that gap. And I'm just looking at all the new positions and the full staffing here. Maybe it's not here, but maybe at a future date of how well have we closed that gap? What are we doing to continue to make sure that there is no gap on whether it's free Wi-Fi or just the whole digital divide side of the house? And because it is still vitally important, and we still probably have a gap out there. And the marketing stuff, we need to make sure that we close it up as much as possible. And can you kind of address that as far as also the new people that you're hiring?
Well, I can't tell you exactly how far we've come on narrowing that I know that a lot of folks are making investments in that space outside of ourselves. Our device donation, we've just done another round of that, and we handed out 140, I think, units, something like that. And Haley, who's with us today, met with a bunch of local groups to talk more about refurbishment, and that really seems to be something that's driving the refurbishment. It seems to be a real driving place where a lot of groups are wanting to make more investments. The city has made good investments in providing public Wi-Fi in public spaces, and I think that we continue to try to do that. That's really about as much as we can because of the state rules. We can't broadcast into people's homes per se. And then I know that, and we've been working with some folks that have been doing some survey work and some study work, and we should be starting to see some of that to see where that is. And we continue to engage with Utah's Community Connect, which is the digital and equity, digital inclusion work group locally to do that. The state received a bundle of money through one of these CARES-like Act and is in process of developing a strategic plan to close that digital divide. And we've been engaging with the state on that to talk about our policies and what we're doing and the statistics of that. And so we're hopeful that our consistent engagement with the state puts more resources towards Salt Lake City, because the Salt Lake City, the way they set that up, the state does the allocations. We didn't get to do, they didn't go down to city level to make those. So it's one of those things I think we just keep trying to chip away at.
Councilmember Pui.
I guess it's a follow-up, and I'm glad that you mentioned broadcasting Wi-Fi basically into public spaces or parks. And I would like to find out a little more about that and what the status of those networks are. Did they, which parks are we servicing on that, and if they're working still. I think that it's a big deal. I went to, a couple years back, I visited Cuba, and I mean, Cuba's network is very different than ours. They don't, there's no privacy in the country whatsoever, but parks is one of the nodes. So everybody gathers at the park and connects to the Wi-Fi, and it's an equalizer in some ways as far as being able to do everything you need. So I would like a little more information on that for the future.
Okay. Yeah. We do have a website, City Connect, where we have a map and outline those services and where other free hotspots are available. But we can send that information, or if we wanted a more formal briefing, we could try to put something together.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think I see no more questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We have one more item before a scheduled break. So let's move to number 6, which is reviewing the previous year's legislative intents and interim study items. And we have Allison Rowland to help walk us through this, and then various department directors available for questions.
Thank you,
Hi,
Mr.
Allison.
Chair. There are slides to go along with this, Scott, if you don't mind pulling them up. This is, well, as you know, the staff has been gathering potential new legislative intents from the council. This is a review of your intents from past years. The administration responded in writing to these in the mayor's recommended budget, so you can see their full answers on pages 124 to 140. And most of the responses are similar to those we heard a few months ago. They managed to get their responses in relatively early this year, earlier than other years. So a lot of these were actually, seemed like they were in pretty good shape earlier on. So today's goal is to review the status of the past year's legislative intents, consider options, and then potentially straw poll if you'd like to change the status of specific items. Staff has recommended status of each of them. They include either leaving it open or closing it, and for those that we recommend closing, you could either close and complete or close and continue, and close and continue is sort of an indefinite policy change. Close and complete is a sort of project-based, did they do this project or not? And finally, there are some potential policy questions with some of the status assessments that you can review as well in that staff report. So I guess, Mr. Chair, it depends on all of you how you'd like to go through this list. The two things we've done is, one, I could read through the short titles, and then if something catches someone's ear, then you can speak up. Or if not, if there are specific ones that council members just want to call out, we could do it that way.
I guess my thought would be that we go through them individually, but does anyone disagree with that? Can we just go through your list as
Absolutely.
As you've organized it?
Absolutely, and actually I organized it, Mr. Chair, according to your suggestion several years ago, which I think was very useful with the Attorney's Office, or I'm sorry, with each of the intents organized by the department that it corresponds to. Yes, and so we start with A for Attorney's Office.
Sounds good.
There's an FY23 intent boarded buildings fee, which the Attorney's Office is working on with Finance and with CAN. Scott, do you mind making the slides a little bit bigger just so that council members can read the details? Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you. There's also FY23 Open and Public Meetings Act, FY23 Ordinance Governing Donations to the City, and FY21 Decriminalization Review of City Code.
Oh, sorry.
Uh-huh.
On the ordinance governing donations to the city,
Yes.
the staff recommendations that we can close and complete that
Yes.
has been accomplished. Remind me our process for doing that. Do we actually vote on closing and completing those?
You can straw poll it if you'd like, but if there seems to be a consensus, you could just go on ahead.
We don't need official action
No.
for this.
As long as
Okay.
we can look back in the record and it's clear if anyone questions that we improperly removed it.
All right. And this, we did actually adopt something.
Yes, it is in code. If you look in the staff report, there's a link to it.
Yep. So seems,
I just have just a quick question back on the building fees. It says it's going to the planning. Do we have any dates on this? Because this one's been kind of,
we didn't know it was supposed to go to planning. We were going to have already done it, but I don't know if.
Is it one of those, it has another 45 days and then 45 days after that?
So it's a couple months away, I would guess. Right? Am I? Yeah.
Okay.
We actually had it transmitted and then
Right.
realized that.
Okay, so I did read
Missed
something
a
about
step.
this. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That was my question.
So moving on to Community and Neighborhoods Department. An FY23 intent was free fare in winter months. Another was expediting traffic calming projects. Third was youth and family program streamlining. Then from FY22, there was a trips to transit expansion evaluation. And FY21, transferring the housing trust fund development loans and payments to RDA.
Why does that close and continue instead of complete? Didn't we already do that?
Which one?
Housing trust fund transfer
Yes,
to RDA.
it has been completed.
Okay, so we can close and complete that one instead of close and continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The youth one says close and continue. I'm not convinced that we've looked at all of the youth offerings across the city to find out, like, as far as I know, the police are still doing their own, the fire is still doing their own, and there is some degree of specialization, like the recruitment tools, right, for kids finding out but have we comprehensively looked at all of their programs to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts?
That I don't believe we have. I think this one was specific to the youth and actually.
It was talking about consolidating, whether it would make sense to consolidate. So that
Yes.
would have necessitated taking a look at all of them.
Right, and I believe you city responded, exactly what Councilmember Petro was mentioning, that there are certain
Would
ones
you
that
like to
do
keep
fall
that
out
open,
outside their
Councilmember?
scope.
it's not like the burning passion of my heart that we must do right now, especially with all these other competing priorities. But I would like to look at, are we having staffing redundancies dealing with youth programming across there that could be consolidated, things like that.
And I just want to just share, Mr. Chair, if I could, the nuance of close and continue versus close and complete. That, like, the topic of efficiency does not stop with the closing of this legislative intent. It just means that the department, we don't ask the department each quarter to update us on the status of that.
Yeah.
So I think it's up to you. It's sort of like is it a front burner, medium burner, back burner, or in the pantry? So
it sounds like this is medium burner.
I mean, it might even be back burner with all of the big things we have for the rest of the year. Maybe in the new year, if there's no new catastrophes, it could move up to the medium burner. But I really do feel like we have a youth department that has gone out of their way this year to demonstrate to us the value they provide and to communicate to us more effectively what they do. And we now should compare that with if there's a way to leverage what they do well into the other departments and reduce redundancies.
And this also asks the question about what the outside agencies are doing in relation to youth services. So this is like step one, meeting this legislative intent.
I think we should keep it open. It feels like something that I also don't have this burning passion to change anything right now, but I do want to keep thinking about it.
Okay, we'll leave that one open.
Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
Excuse me? Right, so we'll change it.
We're going to change it to open.
Yes,
then.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I misspoke. We will change it to remain open.
Okay.
Others on from
Ipswich
CAN?
Transit Loan Fund? No, I don't think so. I don't see any.
Okay. From the Finance Department, there's an FY23 Tenant Ombudsman, an FY23 Covenants Education in the Landlord-Tenant Program, an FY23 Consolidated Fee Schedule Holistic Review, and the final FY23 one is Grants and Ongoing Programs, and then FY22 intent is Expanded Funding Our Future definitions. Okay. Fire Department, it was a three-part question, and staff recommends that the first is close and complete, second is close and continue, and the third is close and continue. From the mayor, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had a confused face because I was still reading. Continue.
Mayor's office. There was an FY23 evaluating efficiencies across diversified response teams, and FY23 importance of plan adoption.
What? Okay, so plan adoption is close and continue. Okay. Yep.
Police Department. These all date from several years ago. The first is FY21 Police Department role, and under this category, there were several others. The ones that remain open right now are social workers, and the Internal Affairs Unit, and the Police Civilian Response Team. And sorry, the indication or the recommendation from staff is to close and complete the social worker one, but anything you want.
I do like your staff question about the update on the number of positions filled and sharing the evening and weekend shifts.
Okay, we can direct that to the police department and find out.
Yeah.
Okay. Others, do you want to leave that open in the meantime?
I think those are fine, being open.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Others on the police department? Great.
I think so.
Public Lands Department, FY23, transition to environmentally sustainable weed control in public lands. And this is public lands inclusive of the Golf Division, by the way. There's an FY22 one of public lands maintenance funding estimates, which you heard from Director Riker on May 2nd, I believe. You received that document. And then from FY22, a Gulf Fund update. Again, this was one that had multiple questions or multiple issues on it, and the only pending one was Gulf food and beverage options, which they responded in a way that I think it's reasonable to say close and complete, but obviously you guys get the last word. Public Services Department, FY15, maintenance of business districts. That remains open. Public Utilities Department, this is an FY23 intent on water usage by the city, which is also open.
Can I go back one real quick? The business districts?
Go
Are SAAs comprehended under here, or are we considering SAAs and business districts completely separate entities?
Oh, I would have thought those were connected to this legislative intent.
That's what I'm wondering, if they are attached to this.
That was the idea.
Okay. So
You
the
could go
conversations.
either, yeah, it's all relevant. Yeah,
Okay.
you could take the SAA route. You could say what Council Chair was suggesting last meeting of saying these areas that generate more revenue, we're going to provide the service as a function that the city does regularly.
It just seems a little wonky to me that this is under only public services when there clearly is an economic development aspect to it as well.
We just have to put it somewhere.
Okay, this is just for a simplified classic. Okay, thank you.
Lisa's been working on it, actually.
And I can include a note that that it obviously pertains to economic development
Yes,
as well.
please. Thank you.
Sure.
Yep.
And finance.
And finance, of course.
We learned that earlier.
Okay.
I believe we're on the RDA. FY23 new programs and capital accounts review.
Did we miss public
Yes.
utilities?
Yes.
Maybe I just didn't hear it, but water usage, the public utilities item.
It is, that was where it was initially categorized. Public lands and public services both responded with their information. And then there was a question actually that Councilmember Dugan added in 2022, which was about an analysis of the water fee schedule as part of this intent. But as it turns out, public utilities doesn't measure the water usage for the city as a whole.
Okay.
Can I also add something, hopefully isn't tangential? But I had a constituent reach out to me this morning. One of the larger businesses, corporations in our district, has a broken sprinkler head, and it's been broken for quite a while now, and it's just spewing water, onto the sidewalk in the most abjectly wasteful way. Begging me for, and he's saying, you need to go enforce on this. And I was like, well, that's a privately owned business. I can't force them. But could we add to this, or I don't know if that would be something similar, how we would do like a notification and a compliance, and then maybe an enforcement around that issue possibly?
I think there is a way
process
for that. I had to learn about this because I had a similar situation in my district, but I think
I would love it if there was a
Stephanie
process.
Dewar is our water conservation manager, and there's a process where something can happen.
There definitely is a way. So I will get you the number.
Thank you so much.
That you can call, and public utilities will actually visit with the business or residents. Doesn't matter who it is, if there's something happening, and help them correct that. And sometimes they even go on site to help them do that. So
Thank you so much.
there's a
Okay.
way to take care of it.
Thank you.
Redevelopment Agency?
Yes.
All right. So new programs and capital accounts review, prioritize equity and variety of professional opportunities, and from FY22, structure of accounts within RDA and other departments, including fund balances and previous capital projects. This is one that we suggested closing and completing just because with the ERP system coming online, that should be possible, but we can leave it open.
Sounds good to close to me.
Okay. Sustainability Department, FY23, a sustainability holding account. They met the conditions of that holding account, and so the council released their funds last year. And finally, on the council-led intents, the CAN, RDA, DED role clarity, unless you say otherwise, I believe has been clarified. Rotating outside auditing of each city department. We understand that it's the Division of Housing Stability, which will be audited in this year's review. And then Police Department reporting ordinance. This is actually a item that is from FY21, and it's a question of the council deciding what they want to include in this reporting ordinance. So it's it would be a subject of longer discussions, I believe. Cindy?
We need Scott to roll the...
Oh, thanks, Scott.
Okay. So more to come on the police department reporting ordinance. I would like to touch on the RDA CAN DED role clarity. I feel like in my brain, I have clarified for myself what I think the role clarity should be, but I don't know that I feel confident that I am on the same page as the rest of the council. So what is staff's understanding of what the council thinks on that? Or how do we go about that? Because
Scott, could you scroll up a little? One more, please.
That one.
So there's the full intent for you. You may have been looking at this on your own computers. I couldn't get to it fast enough on mine. I mean, we could continue to, we were thinking about it. I think the original intent of the intent was related to funding for housing and grants. So the sort of divide that we've talked about between programs, direct service programs, and development projects. So I feel like we're pretty clear on it, and we bring it up when we're not sure when there are conditions, but when there are conditions that make it unclear to us, but we can definitely leave it open.
Housing stability was CAN and Housing Stability were running programs that were direct services to constituents. RDA is about developing new construction.
Yes.
And Department of Economic Development is for programs related to business development, not necessarily housing or residents.
Right.
So if you're a resident, you go to CAN. If you're a business owner, you go to Economic Development. And if you're developing something, you go to RDA.
And I think...
Does that match what other council members?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a business could go to Economic Development or RDA, depending on the type of project
If they're building a
interested in.
building.
Yeah.
And I think one item for I think future council discussion will be the citywide ADU incentives program. I think right now, because it's funded through the RDA, the idea is that the RDA would manage that program. It's construction of housing units. However, it's construction of housing units by individual residents. I think the RDA is very used to working with smaller developers, and so I'm not sure that they're not able to work with individual residents, but I think that it's on your RDA meeting for discussion next week. And just because the funding is put somewhere doesn't mean it can't be moved somewhere else. That was an item that came up in this year's budget that probably is a gray area in terms of where the role is.
That's exactly the one I was thinking of. In addition to that, also the Community Land Trust, where if we're looking at Community Land Trust in terms of managing that and who makes sure that the fourth owner down the line is still selling this at it, like who's managing those individual contracts. I'm wondering if that is, I'm not clear yet whether it should be CAN that manages. Well, I'm not clear yet that it shouldn't be an outside organization that we're subcontracting with for Community Land Trust, but whether that should be CAN or RDA, because I do feel like that and the ADU incentives program are sort of in a weird gray area where the people that would be engaging with that program might not be the same
Right.
sort of like traditional developer that the RDA spends a lot of their time working with.
And I think we're discovering that each project has nuances that make it ripe for one or the other. And so the NeighborWorks partnership, for example, is a community land trust, but the RDA would partner with them and they would run the community land trust. The RDA is also administering the funding for the Perpetual Housing Fund, which is its own version of equity sharing. And the West Side Community Initiative, which is also a version of equity sharing. And so I think that maybe we won't be able to have a conclusion at the beginning, and maybe it will be one of those ongoing discussions, as Allison pointed out, that as each item comes up, we'll have that conversation with the council, unless there's other ideas.
Can I add something?
Yep, please.
Just what we've found recently is that for the communication between RDA and community and neighborhoods is at the best that it has been. And so they really are collaborating, and that's how we were able to take the ideas that council members raised that were all in keeping with the Thriving in Place plan and the housing plan to the mayor's office, and then they assigned the two departments, and they really worked hand in hand to figure out the best way to implement that. And so if we somehow can bottle that sauce, if there's a way that the administration could document that structure or expectation, then we're really in good shape, because things that we might have thought belonged somewhere, they figured out between the two of them that the most efficient way to do it would be something that we wouldn't have guessed. So I don't know how to keep that alive, but it for now is
Actually, appreciate you
thing.
saying that, because I think that has been apparent that maybe this, whatever the council, and I think this was started before even, the discussions were even before I was on the council.
Yes.
But I think to the extent that things are working and it's functioning, maybe the distinction is less important. I think what is important to me is just, I am person X or entity Y, who do I talk to? And making clear that if I'm looking to develop an affordable housing project, I don't have to go on one timeline to get this thing and a different timeline to get this other thing that's all coming out in the same NOFA. I think has been fixed and seems like it's working well. But to the extent that those activities continue to cross between departments, I think what Cindy's saying is if they're collaborating and working together like they have been, has been lately happening, then great, things can move across. But I don't want to get to a situation where I have to talk to 5 different people to figure out what program even makes sense for me.
And it may sound a little bureaucratic, but I think part of the root of getting them figured out is getting clarity about their budgets and getting transparency around their budgets. So now, a lot of that was done with RDA, and now you are in the process of working with CAN and the administration to take that next step. So that helps some. It doesn't totally get to what you're saying, though.
Okay. I guess based on that conversation, I am comfortable with calling this close and continue. Does everyone feel the same way? Okay.
You're
Great.
done.
I'm glad we talked
Thank
about
you.
that. We can close it. Thank
Glad
you,
we had
Allison.
this conversation.
Oh.
I have one more question.
Yep, Councilor
Maybe
Valdemorris.
I should throw out. On the auditing part of this, on the rotating outside auditor for each city department, I think we've made progress, and I'm excited for that we're going to start. But I also see that it takes quite a while to get there. I was wondering if instead of doing 1 each year, we do 2 each year, so that we get the ball rolling. So at least we have something. Let's say 1, it's slower than the other one. At least we have information on 1 each year, with the hopes that we have 2. I'm not sure if that's possible.
This is a function of the council budget, right?
Yes. Yeah, and it's not as much a budget issue as it is a capacity of our analysts. And we have as part of this, looked at whether we could assign other staff level people to be the liaison with the auditors. And what we found so far is that there's a lot lost in the translation, and the analysts are the experts on the various areas, and so we might accidentally take more time if we involve other staff people. So we just need project leaders, and of course during the budget season we have 4 or 5 people that are just out on doing budget. So but we can look at that. We have done 2 at a time before. Sometimes once you're on a roll and putting the stuff out, you know, we can send one letter with 2 different topics in it or something like that. So certainly we can keep looking at that.
We also need to remember that the audits not only cost the council money, but the administration too.
Time
and
money.
You know, which means money and services are impacted. So we need to be careful with that by not auditing so much that we are hurting the departments that we want to audit. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, thanks, Allison.
I'll make those changes, and they'll appear in the motion sheet along with the other budget items.
How exciting. Okay,
Thank
we
you.
are on to item number 7, which is tentative break. So let's take 20 minutes and come back at 3:50. 20. We are going to get started again. We are on item number 8, which is a resolution for the general obligation bond for Trails, Parks, and Open Space Series 2023. Marina Scott and Tom Millar will present this item.
Good afternoon. My name is Marina Scott. I am Salt Lake City Treasurer, and I will be providing a short overview of the proposed bond issuance, General Obligation Bond Series 2023 for parks, trails, and open space. Next slide, please. So this proposed issuance, Series 2023, is the first block of bonds to be issued from November 8 voted authorization. The residents of Salt Lake City authorized the total amount of $85 million. This is the first issuance, and an approximate amount is about $25 million. We included exhibit number 2, prepared by Public Lands, in our transmittal, and exhibit number 2 details descriptions of projects and plans for bond proceeds. Next slide, please. Our financing schedule takes approximately 3 months. Assuming this bond issue is moving forward, the City Council is scheduled to consider bond resolution next Tuesday, June 13th. And if everything goes according to plan, the city is planning to meet with rating agencies in the middle of July. And currently the bond sale is scheduled in the beginning of August, and we are planning to close on bonds on August 23rd. Next slide, please. Bond resolution that will be up for consideration next Tuesday sets certain bond parameters. The city is asking for authorization to borrow up to $25.5 million, and currently an assumed interest rate is approximately 5.4. Well, when I say currently, it's not quite right anymore, and I was going to give a brief update on that. So yesterday, the city's financial advisors rerun numbers, and interest rates are creeping up yet again. So as of yesterday, we're looking at 5.5 in interest rate. It's not a big difference yet, but the bond resolution sets an interest rate not to exceed 6%, just to have a little bit, just to give us a little bit of room if needed, because the markets are volatile, and our bond sale is scheduled in August. The Fed is scheduled to meet twice before August. They have a meeting in June and a meeting in July. So the market expectations are that we probably will have another interest rate hike, at least one, maybe even 2. Historically, the city issues bonds for 20 years with a 10-year call, which means that if in the next 10 years the rates will go down, the city will have an option to refund the bonds. Next slide, please. So this chart represents project financing for both, actually, Bond Series 2023 and all future bond issuances. So the orange area of each column represents this current issuance, Series 2023, and the gray area of each column represents the balance that will be left after this first issuance. I know I mentioned it before, but if you do refer to exhibit number 2 in the transmittal, you will see how Public Lands is planning to spend bond proceeds of this series of the bonds. Next slide, please. So Public Lands asked us to bring $24.6 million in bond proceeds for this first issuance, and you can see it under uses of funds, the first line, deposit to project construction fund. Everything else after that represents cost of issuance and underwriter's discount. So the question might be, if all we need is 24.8, why the resolution sets parameters at 25.5? And that goes back again to my discussion about the markets. We just need, it's always nice to have some room and flexibility to negotiate with underwriters if needed. Next slide, please. So this is estimated debt service schedule that was prepared at the time of the transmittal. As I mentioned, rates are creeping up, so we are expecting some change. We do not expect, at this today, today we don't expect a significant change, but we will see what happens closer to the bond sale date. And next slide. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Council members, any questions about this bond issuance?
Just in bonds in general, so we can go up to not to exceed 6%, and if it does exceed, then we're back at square one again, right? We have to come back through this whole process again.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a theoretical question. Say I had $1 million and I bought a bond. I don't know if a person can do that. I don't know how that works, but with the 5.4 to 5.5%, does that mean that is the interest that we're paying? And does the investor, the purchaser of the bond actually receive that amount of interest, or how does this all work? What is this thing we're doing?
So the bond actually is sold in different maturities, and each maturity has a different coupon rate set, and that's what investors will get paid. And our parameters go not to exceed 6%. The 5.4 that I was using, that's true interest cost. That's what cost the city to pay debt service over the next 20 years.
But basically, it's the private market giving us a loan at that interest rate.
Pardon?
Never mind. I'm just thinking out loud. It's just like, so like a person, the private market can say, I have $1 million to invest and I want to invest in Salt Lake City, and they would give us that money up front. We build parks, and then over the next 20 years, we pay it off. But that interest is actually the interest that the investor will receive? Or it's the true cost to the city, so the investor, after all the banks do their whatever.
So, right. So we're looking at two different things. We're looking at true interest cost to the city and what the
Bond
city
rate.
is promising to pay different investors at different maturities, because each investor buys different maturity of a bond. They're not going. Well, sometimes they maybe do that, but they're not going to buy all like 20 years. So they might buy only like 3 maturities, which could be for the next 5, 15 years.
Oh, and they'll get paid out at those
And
individual
each has a
times.
different coupon.
I see. Okay.
I'm
All
not
right.
sure I answered exactly what you
No,
wanted.
that's okay. It was not really it was just a general question. So, all right. I don't see any other questions on this. Thank you for your presentation. Excited to get these parks moving along. Fund some parks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is item number 9. This is the 2023 fiscal year 2023 through 2024 budget unresolved issues follow-up discussion. And we have a long time for this. So.
We do. So exciting. Thanks, Mr. Chair. If you would like, I can recap really quickly where we landed after last meeting and then start to go through some of there have been a few kind of new pieces of information that we've added since even the packets were printed. So I could go over those and then maybe open it back up to council members to highlight or ask questions on an unresolved issue or two. So let's see. You'll see in the attached spreadsheet that it reflects straw polls that the council took on some of the housing ideas. It does not have a number filled in for the sanctioned camping amount, since I think the council decided at the time that that was going to be straw polled at another time. So you can see that it's all funded in the housing funding column, which means that it did not come from the general fund funding sources. So it came from housing funds and RDA, and that's reflected in the revenues up there, which is why you don't see a negative number at the very top there. So that's just maybe a sense of orientation for that. One of the new, so are there any questions on the straw polls that you guys took? There were 1, 2, 3, 5 straw
Everyone's
polls.
still clear on all of our housing decisions.
Is it time for us to revisit the sanctioned camping, or are we going to go all the way through everything first?
It would be appropriate for us to do that today, but do we want to, let's like,
Do the 30,000?
yeah, let's get like a big overview real quick.
Great. A couple of council members, maybe back up really quick on the revenues, so you can have a sense of maybe how much money there is to work with, if you want to think of it like that. Obviously, everyone has different perspectives on fund balance, so it's whether or not it's money that's available or money that should stay in fund balance. There's about 700, if you look on line 7 through line 12 of the spreadsheet, it's also in the Word document somewhere. It has different amounts for the different percentages of fund balance. So if you wanted to keep fund balance at 13%, you have $723,000 over 13% in your general fund category. Or if you wanted to consider funding our future related items, so if you wanted to fund anything relating to housing, transportation, infrastructure, transit, public safety, those are the categories, you have 1.9 million over 13% in that category. And it goes down the line of if you wanted to go to 12% and if you wanted to go to 10%. So obviously there's a little more with each percentage that you are willing to go down. Several years ago, the council established sort of a goal, if you will, an aspirational goal, a totally non-binding aspirational goal to stay above 13%. But again, that's non-binding. The more binding goal is the 10% level. That's what we've been advised from bond counsel, that going below that would affect, potentially could affect our bond rating. So that's why we've listed out those options.
Okay.
The other item to orient you to in the revenues section that we haven't really talked specifically about is, I think we hit on it a little bit in our discussion of the housing funding last time, which is that there are some funds left from those flexible RDA housing fund dollars. So line 17, there's 1.1 million right now in those flexible RDA dollars that you could reallocate to other funding our future items. So because they come from funding our future revenue, they would need to be redirected to funding our future items. This also doesn't include the straw poll on sanctioned camping, which would need to come from those dollars. So again, just like an orientation of funds that are available. One other thing that some council members have asked is, if we reconsidered all of the new FTEs proposed in the budget, what does that add up to? And when you back out the airport FTEs, which are offset with revenue, there's just about $4 million worth of FTEs in the budget. One thing that does not take into account is that quite a few of those FTEs are funded with Funding Our Future. So not every FTE reduced in the general fund budget frees up non-encumbered general fund dollars, And so that's why we have these two columns where we track changes to the general fund and changes to Funding Our Future, so that we can just make sure that we keep those dollars straight. Okay, so then are there any questions on that before we move on to the expense?
Council members on revenue. It looks like no.
Okay. Oh, and I should say the numbers aren't final yet on new growth. Wah, wah. Okay.
The top number, the 2.1.
Yes.
in
Yes.
the
Right now, there's $2.1 million recognized, estimated as new growth in the mayor's recommended budget, and we will hopefully know what that final dollar amount is on Thursday, June 8th. But in the past, that has floated by a day or two.
And to be clear, if the actual number is 2.1, that's $0 extra that we get to spend. That's already been accounted for in the MRB.
budget. But for example, say $2.7 million was actual new growth, you would have $600,000 to play with.
Got it.
Or put in fund balance. I had to say it, Okay, so going down to expenses, just going down to the items that are new to the spreadsheet that we from the last time we talked about it. Staff has listed out, starting on line 50, each specific CIP project that is not currently funded that have been raised by different council members. We haven't asked every council member for a new CIP project. This is just, it happens to be several districts interested in adding a CIP project. We've noted where there may be an eligibility from Funding Our Future, and where there may be an eligibility from parks impact fees. So for example, you'll notice that the Rose Park Lane beautification project is $840,000 total, but because $235,000 is eligible from park impact fees, the total amount from the general fund that you would need to find for that project, if, for example, if you wanted to fund it, would be $605,000. And because it might be Funding Our Future eligible, that could be a funding source as opposed to some of the other CIP projects. So I don't know if council members wanted to talk about those individual CIP projects now, or if you wanted me to keep going.
Let's keep going through the 30,000 level. 30,000 foot.
But can I just ask about the Funding Our Future? It's just, it's bolded and it's question mark. Does that just, we're still uncertain?
I think as a staff, so I'll just be upfront. Our staff was debating back and forth, saying there is a realm where you could totally justify this as Funding Our Future eligible, meaning it totally related to infrastructure, and that and that is an eligible funding source. But especially on those in those projects in the gray area, I think that's a policy discussion for you guys to have, to say, does this meet one of those 5 categories? And I think any one of those ones that have that Funding Our Future question mark next to it, you guys could have that discussion to say, is it eligible? It's close enough that staff wanted to flag it as a potential funding source.
Okay.
Number 57 and 58 were added during the last unresolved issues discussion, and so you've already discussed them somewhat, but this is the first time they've been in packets. And then number 59 was added yesterday, and so we have a little bit of confirmation necessary. This is the funding for a consultant to develop an SAA recommendation for the Granary District. There has been some discussion today with the administration that they may be planning on bringing this proposal to you in a budget amendment. What they did note is that economic development staff is thin, and so to the extent that more SAAs are being added in the city, and there are a couple beyond even the Granary, North Temple, I guess, is looking at potentially forming an SAA. And so to the extent that economic development needs to manage these, they might need an additional FTE. So that was a discussion that maybe is more ripe for a budget amendment. And then the other thing that's been on the spreadsheet for a few of the meetings, but the council hasn't necessarily focused on, although recent questions have been asked, is all new positions. So starting on line 68 of the spreadsheet, those are all the new positions. And then all the new programs start on line 113. You'll notice that some of them are repetitive, such as the Air Quality Incentive Program, because it includes both the staff and program expenses. And so it'll appear in both the new positions section as well as the new programs section. So to the extent that you cut any of those items, that would be money available in either the general fund or the Funding Our Future column to be reallocated for other uses.
All right, so if I could summarize it, we have revenue, like basically the discussion today would be what level of fund balance we're comfortable going down to. One remaining housing idea, we have the compensation issues, which include prosecutors, legal defenders, seasonal workers in public lands, as well as the firefighter topic. Transportation and street items, and then a bunch in the other category, including potentially adding more money to CIP. And then the cleanup items, do we need to talk about those ones?
Those are probably less important for the council to discuss now that we've had a few
Discussions
meetings
about them?
Yeah, I think they really are more, if we, as staff, were to make sure that the council's intent was followed, for example, for the downtown street activation, we will just include that in your key changes. So maybe on those, you can tell us if you don't want us to do any of those. So if you change your mind on downtown street activation, for example, let us know, and we can not include that.
I guess that seems the easiest.
Yeah.
So, council members, any of these ones that council members are not interested in us cleaning up, the budget cleanup line item 62 through 66.
And I should clarify, line 62 previously had a general fund expense associated with it, although we've since confirmed with the administration that insurance and risk management fund balance can cover it. It is, I should mention, sorry, that line item is probably a little more complicated because it is related to a new program. So if you did not want to start that program, then you wouldn't do that budget cleanup.
I think we want to have that program and want to do the budget cleanup. That's where I'm at. Does anyone feel differently? For the lifestyle savings account.
I'm fine with that.
So line item 62.
62.
I want it in theory, but are we buying the name brand cereal when maybe we need generic this year? I'm not convinced that we're at a position financially where this is the time to add it.
We could hold off on that budget cleanup item and go to the next.
Like that one is not decided.
Lifestyle. In theory, I love it. It might be time to buy generic cereal for the family for a little bit.
Okay. Do we want to? So what about the remaining ones?
Line 63 through 66. These are adjustments that, in staff's view, would be done to the key changes to reflect the council's original intent, which is to do the downtown street activation to make it so that the building security money doesn't fall to fund balance and is continued to be spent on building security, and to ensure that the PD substations are fully funded, and to correct the understanding that the BioHive funding was intended to be one time. It was just accidentally included as ongoing. That would actually be $35,000 net positive. So
I'm good with all those.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Look what we did.
Yay.
Check. Okay. Why don't we talk about revenue then? I will share, I'm not comfortable going down to 10%. I may be comfortable going down to 12. If we can keep it above 13, that would be even better. But I could probably be comfortable going a little bit below 13, but not all the way to 10. Does anyone feel differently?
I agree with you. Going down to 12 would be my minimum, and I would rather stay closer to 13 as.
Do I hear 12.5?
Somewhere between 12 and 13.
Below 13 makes me want to hyperventilate.
So 12 and a half.
12 and a half.
Does anyone feel
and
like that's?
Are you talking for both funding our future and for? I mean, mostly it's for general.
That's where I'm at, but I don't know.
Yeah, this is the beginning of rockiness.
The only concern I have is I don't want. If we I don't know if this is setting. Sorry, I'm not sure if this is setting precedent, meaning that next year we're here again talking about it, and we're like, oh, it's not enough because now we have more FTEs, and then maybe we need to go. The chances that we hope to go lower than 12.5 are greater than us recouping and being at 13 or more again. And so that's the tricky part for me. I'm I don't know how long we can sustain this.
I'm with you. I think we've had a season where we've been able to take stuff and be very liquid and ferret away. And I think we're in a season where the likelihood is that we're going to have to spend. And so I'm with you.
Do I hear you saying you want to stay above 13?
Ideally, but I'm seeing a number of things that the city actually needs that are still unfunded. So I want to recognize that there's a lot of subdivisions between 12 and 13, and to stay as close to that 13 number as possible.
Am I hearing that that 12.0 would be too low for you?
It would have to be a really compelling argument. I don't want to make it black and white that it shouldn't, but it would have to be a really, really compelling argument for why we absolutely need it for statutorily required city function.
That's a totally fair answer, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 10% we're not going to go to. It sounds
Yeah,
like.
that's out of the
Yeah.
question.
It sounds like we're all comfortable using the line items 7 and 8, which are the fund balance amount above 13%, but below 13%, we may be willing to use it, but it's less. It needs to be a good reason. Does that sound like a fair sort of, okay. All right.
And then I will replace line, for the next time you guys see this chart, I will replace lines 11 and 12 with the amount over 12.5%.
That'd be great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't use the remaining 1.1, which is already supposed to be used for housing, if we can find a use that works with that. So I would be in support of using that. I don't want.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If we're funding our future?
I would personally like it to stay in housing if we can find another housing related use.
And I think it's related to the straw poll for sanctioned camping, and so that amount may be under $1 million.
If we
Sanction camping.
fund sanctioned camping, then that would, okay. And then I don't want to remove all the proposed FTEs.
All of them, but some of them?
Do we want to talk about which ones we may want to reconsider?
Yeah.
Because that would go into our revenue category. Okay. The one I'm questioning is the air quality incentives. Not that I don't believe air quality is super important, but I'm trying to figure out where our biggest return on investment is, and having an entire new FTE to do a program that the state has been doing. I'm trying to wrap my head around that one. I'm more comfortable with the lawn yard equipment exchange program, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the funding for the electric bikes, because I don't know how many electric bikes West Side residents that really need the additional funding are going to be purchasing.
And I think there's a lot of groundwork that we could be doing before we go whole hog on that. It's a good idea, but the infrastructure is not there to make it successful. So I think delaying it until a time when we're not counting every penny so carefully, and when we've done the infrastructure, I would be in support of that.
I also feel like electric yard equipment, I'm not concerned about the technology changing rapidly. I feel like e-bikes may come down in cost a lot in the next few years, and it may be something that we wait on. I just think the cost is so high right now that I'm not sure that we're not inadvertently just putting money into the pockets of people that already could probably afford a very expensive bike.
Isn't it, haven't the administration also in so many other programs proven that they can actually create a program that is equitable, is the question. So do we trust that they're going to come back to us and create an equitable program regarding to bikes? Because I feel like what you're saying is you don't want to support it because you don't believe it's going to be equitable to the West Side, which, is a very big concern to me as well. But I feel like axing a program that could be very useful because we don't trust it. I feel like maybe the administration should give us a little more information how they plan to achieve that equity on the distribution, incomes, and racial diversity and all of this. I don't know if it's something that I'm willing to die on cutting.
I guess the other consideration for me is that with the lawn equipment, that is an actively polluting item that is being replaced with a non-polluting item, whereas a bike to an e-bike, a bike is already non-polluting. So like maybe the funding should just be for anyone that needs help buying or replacing any kind of bike, that it doesn't have to be an e-bike. But maybe I'm just not bought into the e-bike technology yet, as like we have a fairly flat city, so it's like does it have to be an e-bike for it? I don't know. I think the impediments to using a bike in our city are not hills, it's weather. And those are issues that are going to stop you from using a bike regardless of whether it's assisted. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there for discussion.
And the concerns that I raised, it's not that I don't think they can create an equitable program at all, but we don't have a west side infrastructure. A large portion of our neighbors don't have weatherproof storage or secured storage. I myself have had 8 and 9 bikes stolen from even backyards that have a gate. And so I would like us to create a system whereby these families can store bikes in more secured places that are weatherproof as well. And that's something that I had been talking to the private sector about a long time before we brought it into the public. But if we're trying to make dollars stretch here, it does seem like something we could postpone and still make progress towards by working with private partners to create that west side infrastructure, so that when we get to the point of rebates, hopefully the price point will have fallen so those rebates are more powerful and the infrastructure will be there for them to be preserved for the people who need them.
Can you remind us what the dollar amount was for those 2 programs, the air quality incentives program?
So for the staff person, which I wanted to clarify that the staff person is technically in their enterprise fund, but because the general fund is transferring money, it could help offset. The staff person is $96,094, and the program expenses are a $230,000 increase above a $250,000 base budget. And I don't know if they separated out, Ben, did they separate out the cost of the lawnmower exchange program compared to the e-bike program, or was it one pot?
The $250,000 is what's currently in their base budget as ongoing. The proposal from the department is to combine the $250 existing with the $230,000 increase. So the total program would have $480,000. And then the $96,000 for the FTE is in addition to the $480,000.
But did they separate out the cost of the e-bike program from the lawnmower program, or was it one big pot?
It's one big pot.
So the council, oh, sorry, go ahead, Cindy, you were probably gonna say this.
Just one other piece, the gasoline-powered lawn equipment had previously been done by the state, and we do have a history as a city of kind of creating more expense for ourselves by taking over programs that others had started, which is a good thing, but I don't know if we've exhausted all opportunities to get, see if the state would continue their program, try to use our lobbying resources to get that funded, or those types of things, or even explore contracting with them, so that then you would have the expense of the grants but not the overhead. So the question is, do you want to create overhead within the city system on a topic that is a little bit outside of your usual city scope?
I think that's an actually excellent point. Thank you, Cindy. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. It's trying to put a little effort on, if there seems to be questions on this issue, can we maybe put a pause on it to answer some of your concerns, all of your concerns, and direct our lobbying team with the blessing of the administration to either administer some of our funds and hopefully match them, or continue them or reallocate those. But that is something I don't want us to stop doing that. But at the same time, I can see the point of taking over something that the state started, and it should continue.
And I also I don't know the answer to this, but I would be interested in the idea of what could the bicycle collective do in terms of getting more bikes, whether they be regular bikes or e-bikes, into the hands of people that need them, with $230,000 and a new staff member, that could potentially be a bigger impact than, I don't know how many e-bikes that buys, but I'm just, is it the best, highest and best use to get people active mobility options? And I'm not yet certain that it is. I mean, I'm not certain that it's not, but I'm wondering.
I'm with you. I want to separate the bikes from the gas-powered lawn equipment. So I'm with you on that.
You do want to, or you don't?
I want to separate those two.
And which one of those two are you more comfortable?
I'm more comfortable keeping with the gas-powered electrical rebates.
So, and then if we keep one but not the other, we still need the FTE, right? Because
No, I don't think so, because we have an FTE right now for the.
I've managed it before.
We don't have an FTE right now. Previously, it was managed by the state.
Right.
I think that to Cindy's point, I don't know that we've spent lobbying efforts with the state to expand their program, and so maybe I'm just thinking about options for the council. You could keep the base budget and not add money to the program, or you could add money to the program just for the lawnmower exchange, and then ask the administration to renegotiate with the state to see if they're willing to administer the program like they had been.
Because previously we had funded some of that.
Right.
But
And the state still has the program. They're just focused on commercial enterprises now and not individual residents. And I don't know if there's a follow-up conversation that can be had on that. But I think the question for the council is, do you want to add to the program? Which is, if you don't want to add the FTE, do you want to add to the program? Because there is $250,000 ongoing for this. They're proposing to add $230,000.
Could I have a follow-up to this? So could we potentially put $250,000 in a holding account, or whatever you want to call it, and say to the state, do you want to manage these funds for Salt Lake City residents like you did before? And, you know, instead of we creating a position and managing and taking ownership of the program. So is that a possibility? I guess the state will have to answer that question. But I will be okay to continue the program, continue some of the funding for the program, but not managing the program, if that makes sense.
So the 250 that's ongoing plus the 230 that's increased, put that in a holding account, and ask for outside agencies, including potentially the state or nonprofits, to administer the program. So then we would be taking away the one FTE.
Yes.
I could probably get behind that.
I'm just looking at, it doesn't do anything to our general fund, because it's really just, it's still in the holding account, so it's not going to help us if we want to.
It does take away the FTE, which is 96,000.
Okay.
And then we continue with the infrastructure that already the state created for this program, and they can continue tracking who already got one, who didn't. I mean, hopefully maybe it continues the program for Salt Lake City residents. Hopefully we can continue, but without taking ownership of the program, if that makes sense.
So this money that they're being using is being leveraged then with the state, and the state manages, and that's the transaction.
We've been putting money into a program that the state already does, right? So that there's more available.
I don't know that we had been putting money into it. The state had a program, had we?
Yes,
in this one?
250,000 was the previous amount to it.
So we said, hey, state, you have this lawnmower program. Here's $250,000 extra for your program, but please use that for Salt Lake City residents.
That's
And
exactly.
then they manage, and then they give it out, and then they give us a report, hey, we helped 50 families. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, great. I mean, whichever, I think at some point we have to talk about what sustainability, like what we as a council, like the policymakers want sustainability to do. Like I said, administering programs, or just doing the recycling, or just doing, the refuse, all of that stuff, so that we can give them clearer direction on what we expect from a sustainability program. Obviously, having the mayor's input as what she sees, and then we can also help with that. But regardless, I feel like some other FTEs here, like are more expensive than this. So I always have that. I'm conflicted, because I'm like, this is not that much for a program that we always talk about air quality and things that we need to do for sustainability, and then we do other things that I'm like, but I'm not advocating for it either way. I'm just trying to express how I feel and how I'm conflicted, and I don't know what to do. Thanks.
I guess to that policy question that you brought up of what does sustainability do and what is their primary role, I think that it's worth us diving into that a little bit. Maybe not right now at this thing, but I think us holding back on this FTE for a little more discussion on whether we want our sustainability department to be administering these kinds of programs, or are we advocating and lobbying for policy changes or law changes or things like that? Like, would an FTE that does something else be actually more effective? And I don't know the answer yet, but I'm not yet 100% certain that this is the most effective use of our department.
And I feel
I
like
would just say that part of like some of these type of programs, you need to incentivize it at the early stages of it. And then after a while, you kind of de-incentivize it because it's already becomes more mature. Back to the cost of an electric bike, you know, it starts to drop. You don't need to incentivize it as much because the price is at a point where people can then afford it if it is something they want. But early on, you know, we incentivize it. We incentivize solar, wind farms. We incentivize different things till it gets to a point where the incentive doesn't need to be there as much. And I think in this portion of it, we're incentivizing because they're expensive, and we're trying to, when the price starts to drop to a point where, hey, now people can afford them, and if they want one, they get one, and they can get used market. But that's not there yet. So I think it's a policy side of the house, because you're right on the where that incentive sits. Are we going to be the policymakers, or are we also going to be the one who's driving the incentives on that side? Or do we just give to the state to drive the incentive because it's cost effective that way?
So I think there's enough questions on this that we can keep this one marked as a potential change.
And let's see, a clarification that maybe we can make in the next day or two is if this is one of those items that's a holding account, like contingent appropriation, or not. And so, but we can talk further about that.
And I think what Councilor Pui said, and what I would tend to agree with, is right now we take the FTE away pending further discussion about the policy direction and goals.
Okay.
And then we keep the program money in a holding account, which maybe could be leveraged with the state program or a different program.
Do you want to straw poll that now to have that money, or do you want to just kind of, we have this phrase we call star it?
Star it.
Okay.
Unless somebody wants to propose a straw poll, but for me, I want to star.
Can we discuss, so are we making it a legislative intent to come back and review our policy position on what we expect? Because I do want to add to that too, a consideration of the enterprise fund element of it versus the general fund, and kind of set some goals for what we anticipate we will contribute from general fund to it, so that we can set reasonable expectations. Like, literally none of us want to say no to sustainability. We understand their vital, pivotal role, but as with all good things that we do as a city, we do have a lane, and we do owe it to our constituents to stay in our lane, to make sure that we're not allowing them to be triple taxed on any given issue if it belongs to another entity. And we're really good about holding the line on other issues when it comes to staying in our lane. So I would like some consistency across the issues for what we feel comfortable doing according to what statutorily is ours, and then how much we envision general fund to contribute, since they, like the Arts Council, kind of have a unique funding scheme.
And can I just suggest that you could frame it in terms of updating your ordinance on the role of the city departments, because the city attorney had previously pointed out, when council members asked questions, that the statute, the portion of the statute that relates to sustainability, doesn't have near the detail that the council had done with the other departments. And the same is true with economic development. I'm not sure about public lands. Well, anyway, we can just look at that, and if you want to define those departments, then that's how you would set policy parameters.
That makes sense.
Possibly.
Great. I mean, I'm feeling more interested in diving deeper into the sustainability than public lands or economic development personally, but okay.
I think it's a good place to start, but I think if this is exposing a weakness that we have systemically, that it's worth it to make a legislative intent for the whole system.
Yeah. And I just want to make clear, I don't know that this is a weakness, and I don't know that it's not something I want to fund, but I want us to have that discussion.
The weakness is the definition, sorry, not the department or not anything else.
Okay.
Yes.
I want us to have that discussion before we add this additional FTE. Okay, that's the only one that was on my radar.
Mine was
other FTEs?
The other one was the public lands, the citywide events. I think there's 9 events with an FTE included on that one. It's lines 120, 121.
Line 93.
or line 93, and then 120, 121.
Right, that's one of the ones that's in both areas.
Yeah,
I see.
Because it's both it's program expenses that are tied to that FTE, and so if you wanted to reconsider the whole program, you'd go down to lines 120 and 121. Sorry, 121 and 122.
Right, this goes back to running those citywide events. I think this was 9 citywide events. I can't remember the exact number, and requiring the additional FTE. And I'm looking at how many events we're running, and is that really something we want to already add to our plate of the events that we're already doing, and adding an FTE with those 9 events, and is it worth the cost of $100,000 or $210,000?
If someone can correct me, I might be wrong with this, but I believe that the mayor's office did the Kensington Street Fair, and that was one of the events. I think that's one of the 9 events that is proposed to continue under this new model. And so I will say, I do think that for some of our neighborhoods where they don't have a history of having pulled off their own events, like the Avenue Street Fair and 9th and 9th Street Festival are like neighborhood initiated, really amazing events. But that event that was put together at Kensington, I know Roja Brewing helped with that as well. So there was some private, but that really invigorated Ballpark neighborhood. And I think it was an incredibly positive thing. And so I guess I'm seeing this as something that is really helpful for areas in our city where the private community, the residents themselves, haven't yet organized ongoing events that are really empowering their community, and for us to come in and help sort of plug into those. I guess I just want to say that the Kensington Street Fair felt really positive to me, and if that's the type of event that we're funding, I do see a reason why public money is well spent there. Does that make sense? Like, because it's a new event, and it's a street that we're investing in, it's an area we're investing in, it's a neighborhood, and it's an event that I think helps spur energy in the Ballpark neighborhood.
Go ahead. Oh.
I'm here to answer any questions, but yeah, I think that two events that have been added are additional funding for drone shows. That's important.
For what shows?
Drone. As opposed to
drama shows.
Well, it's in response to the fireworks drama.
Yeah,
they will be dramatic. They will be dramatic. In response to the fireworks, that's right. And then continuing 3 events in the Ballpark neighborhood and adding events in the North Temple area. Part of the North Temple activation is in response to our award of a station area plan grant that we'll be needing to engage with the neighborhood on to activate that part of the city as well. So we've got a lot of community interest in activating the neighborhood from a city perspective. And I will say that it's very, very important to fund the position if it is important to fund the events, because we literally have one human being that's trying to plan all of the city-sponsored events right now, and she can't sleep during event season.
Is that person in the mayor's office?
She works in public lands.
Public lands
yeah,
right now, okay.
Because most of our events are on public property.
I think one of the questions that I'd heard, and something that I want to do the events, and I maybe am the only one, but to the extent that we want to do the events, the one other question that I think I've heard people ask, council members and the public ask, is public lands the right place? Is the Arts Council the right place? Is the mayor's office the right place? Where is the place? It is like, that was an additional layer to this question. But
if you're asking me, public lands is a perfect spot.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if you are or you're not, but public lands is a perfect spot for the reason I previously stated, that most of our events need to be coordinated with our public lands staff to deal with things like irrigation timing and road closures and all of the things that have to happen related to an event in a public space.
And something like Living Traditions or Twilight is separate because they're sort of bigger events. Like,
Yeah,
is it a different category of event, or?
Yeah, I think that this is an important distinction because when we're talking about city-sponsored events, we literally have a very small budget within the city wherein we do things like Yappy Hour and Movies in the Park, and those events are city-sponsored and wholly run by the city. When you're talking about things like Pride or the Arts Festival, those are private events that are simply utilizing public space to pull off those events. Those events are coordinated through our special events office, which is Ryan Schlegel. You've probably heard his name or seen him around. Ryan and one other person manage all of those private events applications that come into the city but are utilizing public space to hold their event. What we're talking about here in terms of city-sponsored events is one person that coordinates all of those things, like the most common that people recognize is like a Yappy Hour or a movie in the park.
Yeah, I'm totally for all the city events. I think they're very important, especially for the smaller communities that don't have the funding or the structure to do those. I totally agree with that. I'm just looking at, we're asking to do and asking for a lot of other things in other areas. And I looked at that one and said, hey, that would be one area that if we needed some additional funds, we could possibly use it. And I am sensitive that it's important to do those small events because they reduce stress, they activate the area, they've activated the neighborhoods. I was just looking at it going, hey, if we needed $250,000 or $200,000, that would be one place where I would say we could probably shave off. But I'm just throwing that out there because I think that's a potential that we may have something higher up there.
I appreciate that. I think, I thought the same questions at the beginning, but I think I'm willing to try it. My part of town and many other neighborhoods in the city, really, I feel like they need that extra assistance in putting these events together. And I really hope that this is what it is. And I'm looking forward, and I think $85,000 for that, I think it's a worth to try. But I know where you're coming from. If we are really trying to find some money, maybe this is a place. But I'm willing to give this position a shot for this year.
I actually just want to go on the record. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Dugan, acknowledging that my district will benefit from this disproportionately, and that I've asked for help destigmatizing North Temple to encourage people from other districts to spend time. I'm struggling with the timing of this, and while we're making really hard decisions about other pivotal roles we have, if this is a place where we should be putting it, I'm not willing to cut it at this moment, but I am with him on I'm not convinced.
And I have a question, but who manages the events that we have right now, like Yappy Hour and all the things? Who does that work right now? And
it's one employee in public lands.
So this would be a second employee.
In public lands.
An employee in public lands.
Right.
To do 9 events, 2 people to coordinate 9
additional
more
events.
additional events.
She's already over. The person's already over.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily just 9, right? That's just the 9 we know of now. Theoretically, this person could do 10 events or 8 events, depending on how big they are, right?
Director Kristen Riker is nodding her head yes, just for the record, for those who are joining online.
With adopting this budget, we're not setting 9 as an absolute number of events.
No, we're not.
That's just the estimate.
Currently, so we have 46 activated days with our existing programs that we have. And so we have one person that through the summer, 46 different days, she has to be on site and doing those events. So this would help with that, so that there could be some trade-off. 9 additional events would be added, and there could be more events besides just these 9, as well as we are able to manage part-time seasonal employees to be a part of this. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm falling on the side of wanting to keep this person more than cut it, but I'm hearing 2 council members that are. I'm hearing a split, so let's keep this marked.
Thank you.
Okay.
Keep this marked.
Thank you.
Are we moving on to other positions?
Yep. Any other FTs?
I do. I need some clarity. I was under the impression that the Love Your Block program was a grant program. and that it was time sensitive. And while I love it and it's been amazing, I'm struggling with us funding grant things in perpetuity from the general fund. So I don't know if the administration wants to offer clarification, if we want to star it and ask for clarification.
And also the know your neighbors.
Yeah, and what's the difference between those two?
I would like more information.
I'm actually not familiar with the Know Your Neighbor at all.
I think the Know Your Neighbor was related to the refugee welcoming program that the Equity Group gave an update on earlier today. The Love Your Block, if we can always follow up with the mayor's office and get a more official response. I keep looking over to Lisa because I'm like, she knows everything. So
sorry, Lisa.
I don't even know close to everything. The Love Your Block program was started with a Bloomberg Harvard grant. It has been wildly successful. They administer micro grants to neighborhoods to do small improvements that are important to them in their neighborhood, and this would be continuation of that program to replace the grant funding that's expiring.
And aside from how successful it's been, and thank you, because it has been lovely, is there some other mandate that I really struggle with the idea that we accept grants and then passively are creating a mandate to increase general fund expenses by accepting those grants?
I understand that and completely respect that position. I think one of the ways that the council could consider dealing with that is tying it to something, right? If it's connected to the program, then when the funding of the program expires, then the positions would expire as well. We've explored that option a little bit in the past budget, and I think we proposed that in this year's budget as well. It's a little bit of a it doesn't 100% address that specific concern. But I think, what I would say about this program is that it was absolutely important enough for the mayor to propose these two positions. In fact, she proposed 3. The budget committee reduced it to 2. And, it has been so successful that to try and abandon it at this point doesn't seem like a great idea to the administration.
Thank you.
Lisa, I was thinking that the city already did have a system where the FTEs were flagged so that they would conclude once the grant funding was gone. Is this grant funding now expended? Close to it?
Cindy, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get some more information about the program. Okay. I can go back to the desk and text.
It might just be that it is soon to expire and you're now asking for the FTEs because they did expire. Who knows?
It might be that.
Okay, so we'll have to find that.
I can follow up with you on that.
My brain sort of like escaped from me for a second, but maybe this is what you just asked. So when I remember, I think this program is fantastic. It's proportionally helped to us.
Yeah.
So it is hard to close something that has created such a great so many cities across the nation, communities like mine. But the question I have relates to some of the concerns here, but it relates to the actual money for the grants. I don't know if this is what
Councilmember Pui, sorry.
Sorry,
Thanks.
thank you. So my question relates to maybe a question that Cindy just asked, but I might have not lost it. So it relates to the original funding because they administer funding the micro grants. These positions administer the micro grants. Are we still getting the money to administer from the Bloomberg and Harvard, or this organization? And because there were a position created and also money to be distributed. Are we still getting the money, and we are now funding the position because we are not getting that money anymore? How is it? Do you know how this works?
This is where I have to refer back to my previous statement. I don't know close to everything.
So
not even close. But I will definitely get back with you with a factual answer on both of these points.
So this is where it was asked. Okay.
Yeah.
different.
It was
Fu-
slightly
funding for
different,
the-
but similar.
Sorry, because
Funding
but-
for the grants and funding for the positions.
Yeah.
You want to know if they're both available through the grant? And I can get you information about the status of those positions currently.
Yeah.
And how we plan to fund micro grants going forward.
Yeah, because if we don't have the grant, then we are going to have to replace our funding too.
Yes.
And that is a question to me. But again, I think the program was fantastic, and it's hard for me to cut it since it was so impactful.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I would like to talk about the office building administrator.
I knew you were going there.
Building administrator position, and I know that we brought it up before. The net balance is not that much money, $49,000, but I still struggle with the idea of have this position. Not that we couldn't use it. I think we could use all of these positions, or we cannot use any of them. But I think we have come by with the same amount of events and the same amount of departments within this building as it is. So I don't know why really we need to create a position right now for this specific function. So I think I will be okay if we cut this position for the time being.
Thanks, Councilor Pui. I think I tend to agree with you in basic. I don't quite get it. I don't know who I was talking to, but someone made a really good argument as to why it was necessary. So if that person's here,
I don't know. I might have been
was it
trying.
maybe it was Cindy or
Well,
Jorge?
come on up.
Because on the face of it, I don't quite get why it's necessary, but I remember someone saying something, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
And in the last meeting, I didn't really feel like I got a good answer. So I hope that maybe that is better now.
Hello.
Hi,
Good
Jorge.
afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. I just want you to think about this position as improving customer service. Have we been able to manage with the number of events, the number of departments? That has not grown. What we have seen is we have an opportunity to improve the customer service for the occupants of this building related to coordination of those events, coordination of access. When it comes to, finding out if parking will be disrupted on these large events, who is responsible for that? And yes, we have meal piece that between facilities, between the administration and public services downstairs. So it's just a little bit of everything, right? When it comes down to not events, but managing your space. And we saw a lot of these requests coming in from the last 2 years, reimagining how your office is going to look like with allowing for flexibility for staff. All of that requires coordination, right? With the vendor that is providing the furniture, the vendor that is providing the design, and the requirement to provide as-built drawings for those modifications. So all of that coordination, we want to provide a good customer service and more immediacy when you have a need. So can we manage? The answer is yes. But if we want to do it better, this position will help us with that.
Does it have a public-facing role at all? I guess I'll just tell you where my brain is going. I feel like this building there's opportunities for this building for people to use. When I was teaching at the University of Utah, we taught a class about city urban design things, and we somehow got permission to do our exhibition in the hallway out there, and I thought that was really cool. But I haven't seen that type of sort of public event happening in our building as much, and to me that may be an expanded service that could be offered that would make me feel a little more comfortable with this FTE.
And that's definitely the ball we have dropped. We have not been able to handle requests like in the past for special events, special setups that I don't know if you remember, but there were photo sessions, there were receptions hosted in this building. So all of those opportunities, if we have an individual that is able to coordinate those, it will be better handled. But right now it's very difficult. And after the pandemic, it was very evident that we didn't have a good way to handle those requests.
So is the answer let me restate the question. If somebody like a university class or a community council or some community organization outside of the city, not employed by the city, wanted to use our building for an event that fell in line with city's goals and purposes, would this make that easier?
It will, yes.
Okay.
There's a little building preservation piece to this, I think, too, which is that when the building was remodeled, refurbished, everything, the architect and project manager at the time put together volumes of what needs to be done in order to prevent the deterioration level that the building got to when it was almost torn down. And so a lot of that stuff falls to the department, Public Services Department, to take care of. The people that they have who would do those kind of repairs and upkeep and painting and things are diverted right now because they're shorthanded. So they're the people who are coming in and helping us move furniture and do all kinds of things instead of doing the things that were outlined to keep the building. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Councilmember Pui, does that answer your question? And other council members, how do you feel
Yeah,
about
that
this?
answers the question. I think it's much better now that my understanding on the position. You know, I guess it goes back to the same question that Councilmember Dugan was saying. If we need to cut, is this one of the places that we can find some savings? It could be useful. I think it is, yes. It could be more effective to use this building and for the occupants of the building as well. Yes, could go by with it, without it. It seems like a yes is the answer as well, but it's no ideal. So it answers my question.
So is it fair to say that if there's other things we need to find money for, this is one that you're still interested in considering?
Yes.
Removing? I guess I would say I feel like based on I'm one notch towards keeping it from where you are, but it's not one that I'm going to die on the hill for and fight for if there's some other big program. So I guess, yeah. So I guess it's still starred as potential, but leaning towards keeping if we can find the funding for it. That's what I'm hearing. Any other FTEs on this list that council members want to bring up right now? And did we hear anything from other council members that aren't here today on FTEs?
I think that, I'm trying to remember the conversations. I think that your discussions have covered the two that I've heard, which was the events and the air quality. I'll try to keep remembering if there are other positions.
Okay. I have a question about line 73. It says grant funded mid-year. So is that total there a 6-month funding for these 4 positions?
My understanding after talking with Mary Beth about it, and Mary Beth is on Zoom, so maybe she can chime in, is that this is for a full year of funding. And so if we did not receive the grant, this would be money that could be recaptured. Look at that. I didn't even have to look to Lisa.
If we did not receive the grant.
We are applying for the grant, but the timing is not such that we know what the outcome will be. And it's an ongoing program that's important enough to the city not to have an interruption in service because it relates to children. And so
these are people that already exist.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
So they're not new people. They're people that already work for the city but are grant funded.
There's Mary Beth popping on. They were grant funded. And in order to make sure that there's no interruption in service, it needed to be added to the general fund, but there's a hope and a likelihood that the city will be able to reappropriate those funds at some point mid-year.
Okay.
That's the clarification I needed. The other thing is, it makes sense to me that the chat team is because that's how many people are on a chat team, correct? That's just one new team.
So
I'm remembering that
chat
correctly from
team
presentation.
is actually 2 MRT firefighters and 1 social worker. So the social workers aren't a team in and of themselves. They're partnered with a firefighter.
But this is essentially us increasing capacity by
It is. It's increasing
one
capacity.
team.
Yeah.
So that seems okay. Do we feel like it's completely necessary for us to add 4 civilian responders at this time? Could we do 2 and still see some positive outcomes? Is there a reason that is at 4 under police?
I think you'd see positive outcomes
That's
with
line
2,
90 on this that we're looking
but
at.
I think you'd really see a big input. And right now, the chat team is the numbers and the metrics that they're
And that's why the chat team being 4 is fine, but as I compare it to the civilian responders in the police department, is there a reason they are 4 as well?
They actually are 8 civilian responders short of the recommendations from the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. We decided to fund half of what they are currently short while we continue to collect metrics.
Thank you. That's the answer that I was looking for.
And the chat team really works, on the streets.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I just wanted to make sure that this was an analogous increase.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anyone saying to cut the chat team, right?
No, not at all.
It was the question, and it sounds like your question was answered?
Yes.
On the civilian responders? Okay. Any other, before we move away from FTEs? No. Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair,
what I hear is
Oh, sorry.
the ones that we're still considering
Are
air
the
quality incentives, the citywide events, building administrator, love your block.
And just for clarification, was it Love Your Block and Know Your Neighbor, or Love Your Block?
Here's the disclaimer everyone needs to hear. I think everything proposed here has good rationale and serves a good purpose. I think we have to really, 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 really ask ourselves this year if it is something that belongs in our lane, and if it is something that we should devote our public taxpayer money to. Are we potentially missing out on statutory responsibilities to do things we like? Am I buying the Coach bag when I have yet to pay my electric bill? And I'm not convinced. I am not saying that it's not good. I'm just saying that we are now at the beginning of what might be a rocky few years. And I don't know that this is where it goes at this moment. I'm not convinced of that position at this point, but I have like salmon-colored flags as I'm looking at this expense. And I don't know, maybe we can bleach that salmon color down to, a nice white and I'll surrender and it feels good. But it also could continue to get, more magenta and maroon and go straight to red for me if I'm not careful.
Cause this color rainbow hue.
Councilmember Wharton needs to be here for this.
I guess I'll just say where I'm at with these 4 that we've talked about. In order of priority, I would like to keep first the events person, then the building administrator, then the Love Your Block / Know Your Neighbor. And I think regardless, I would like to hold on the air quality incentives coordinator and wait until more discussion on that department is had.
So you would be keeping the Know Your Neighbor?
I want to keep all those, but those are my order of priorities. First, keep it citywide events, building administrator, and Love Your Block, and then Love Your Block.
So basically, you're saying how you're feeling, we're just saving $96,000.
Yeah, and if we need to save more money, my order of where I would like to remove would start with Love Your Block, and then go to building administrator, and the last one that I would like. The one I want to keep the most is citywide events. I'm just saying that so that staff and colleagues know where I'm at, but my preference would be to keep all 3 of those.
Okay, because I think I'm really in favor of that Love Your Neighbor also, so.
That's your top priority to keep?
Well, I think, I would move it up on there, because I think that's very important to know the refugee side, yeah.
I don't know. I'm almost like, let's
But
do
I think but Councilmember Valdemar, are there any on here that we didn't talk about that you are questioning?
Yeah, well, the Human Resources Business Partner one, I can't remember what that was. Business partner. What does that mean?
Was that a written briefing from Human Resources this year?
Line 84.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The business partner would be assigned to work with 1 or 2 specific departments. Depending on the size of the department, HR has a dedicated business partner, such as PD, and other departments share the position.
And it's more like their analyst or their support person in HR. So someone from HR is assigned to us to be our liaison with HR to help us when we
Is it-
have a lot of paperwork or confusion or
Is
things
the
like
term
that.
business partner misleading? They're not working with small businesses.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah.
Nope, they're just working with city departments.
So then Ken is the only one that has its own HR or financial guy then?
Police has their own. I think the
Okay.
airport has their own. It depends on the size of the department, and they work for employees to access their benefits, but also for recruitment and hiring for the department. The multi-year plan that HR shared is that they want to incrementally add full-time employees, such as this position, since for over a decade, the number of employees increased, but they kept staffing flat in HR. So they're trying to add positions incrementally to catch up, and this is one of them.
Guys, okay.
That seems reasonable to me.
It does seem reasonable, but also something has to give. Like, I'm worried about, I understand, like, people need help, and as we grow, like, we need more people to help. But at the same time, what's going to happen next year? We did the property tax increase last year. Are we going to be in the same position next year? It's just, it makes me super nervous.
But I think this is one of those, like, maybe doesn't seem sexy on paper because it's like this back of house thing, but to the extent that all of these other new people are being added, someone's got to manage their benefits and their insurance.
Right.
And we can't expect HR to handle 20% more employees with 0% more resources.
That makes sense.
So, I mean, if we're worried about the future revenues and that we're adding too much, we have to cut programs as well as that one. I feel like I don't know. I could be wrong.
Mr. Chair, if you guys, I think that this has been a really helpful conversation about what areas of FTEs you're interested in, and I think the departments will tune in at the next conversation just to provide information.
Okay.
It feels a little awkward to say this, but we received some information about a half hour ago while the conversation was going on about the judgment levy and the actual numbers that came in. And the judgment levy is very similar to our property tax numbers, where we have zero control over it and don't find out the actuals until this week in June. The county's not required to get it to us until June 8th. They got it to us today, so thank you. And thank you to Mary Beth for flagging it for us during the work session and calculating the number. It's also one of those things that in past years,
still change.
Yeah, in past years it's been lower, meaning the council's had to cut the judgment levy, and in other years. This year it's great news. It is one-time money though, so I'll just caveat that. So I think all of your discussion about FTEs is not irrelevant because those are ongoing expenses, but the actual judgment levy is $889,000 above what is in the mayor's recommended budget. $889,468, if you wanted the exact amount.
Okay.
And it's one-time money in the general fund that is eligible for the council to spend if you don't want to. And in my mind, I think of this like fund balance. It's absolutely eligible for you to spend. You're going to have a truth in taxation hearing about the judgment levy anyway. Anyway.
With the actual new growth number, there was a very low degree of confidence that we are even close to knowing the reality. How confident are we in that number?
I think this one is in a different category because it's based.
Not as volatile.
Yeah, well, it's volatile, meaning each year we don't know whether it's going to be.
Between now and next Thursday,
right,
it's less
exactly.
volatile?
It is because it's based on actual claims, and if Mary Beth wants to hop on and clarify how this works, it's based on actual claims that the county allowed essentially last year. So this is us paying ourselves back, us taxing everyone to pay ourselves back for money that we were due in previous years.
So
Nodding your head, that's good.
Have a relatively high degree of confidence that this money will come to the city.
Yes, that this money will not change if you.
Between now and next Thursday.
Between now and next Thursday, if you want it. There's also precedent for the council not doing the full judgment levy if you decide, you don't want to tax more. So.
How much was originally budgeted for this line item?
The mayor's recommended budget had $600,000 in it, and Mary Beth can talk through the process of how they do it. The county reports on this actual data, I believe, twice a year, and so I think the budget is built on mid-year data. So that's the plan. That's how they do it, and so yes.
And you might want to not jump to the idea of not doing a judgment levy or doing a partial judgment levy, just because this is money that the city planned on and was entitled to, legally entitled to, and it just based on the process and the objections and things that various entities made about their property value, it needs to be recovered, yes. So in the cases where the council members previously didn't enact it entirely, they sort of had second thoughts about it later once they had more information. So if you do want more information, I'm sure that Mary Beth and Jennifer will
Does the
share.
judgment levy, if we choose not to enact a judgment levy this year, it looks like that's $1.5 million roughly that we would not be getting. Does that reduce our watermark by 1.5 for next year?
No, the judgment levy is separate from the sort of ongoing property tax watermark. It's a one-time thing. It's a one-time thing that relates to the previous year. So
this next fiscal year's MRB already took out the whatever 600,000 that
didn't take it out. It balanced the budget with 600,000. So if you did not want to do a judgment levy,
like we were entitled to this full amount and we didn't get it, and then we were assuming that we would put the judgment levy on to get that back.
Right, but because the mayor's recommended budget has to be put together at a time when they don't know what that actual amount will be, they have to balance their budget with a small c conservative figure about what that judgment levy might be. So yes. So let's say, for example, you were philosophically opposed to doing a judgment levy because you didn't want to do a truth in taxation hearing. You would have to find $600,000 in cuts from the mayor's recommended budget.
I'm rabbit holing, and we can do it after because I don't think it's important. Okay, that's good news.
Yes, it's great news, and thanks to Mary Beth.
Thank you, Mary Beth, and I want to do that.
I want to do that.
I would like to do that.
And if it makes you feel any better, every year since I've worked here, the council has done a judgment levy. So
it would be atypical.
It would be atypical not to do it.
Okay. All right. How are we on time? We're actually okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got through FTEs. We got through revenue, sort of. We talked about it. Is now the time? Do you want to talk about sanctioned camping, or should we go to the compensation section?
I am ready to talk about sanctioned camping at any time. I suspect Councilmember Pui is in a similar position, Valdemoros.
So I guess a little bit of an update from the meeting that we had the other day is on. A little closer. So a little update from the conversation we had with Wayne Niederhauser, and maybe one of the concerns from some council members was, is this going to hurt us in our relationship with the state? And the answer from Wayne, if I can paraphrase, is no. Obviously, we didn't tell him how we're going to build this, or not build this program, but create this fund or what requirements will be, and that's something that there's questions about it. But he didn't believe that it was going to necessarily hurt us in our relationship with the state, and making sure that the state takes ownership on this issue, and state and county. But I wanted to address that one specific issue since that was a concern.
Yeah, I think my takeaway from the meeting is that there's several truths that have to be acknowledged. The state is stepping into their statutory and rightful role, and they are leading out on this issue. And they're doing so in a really strategic way that is comprehending the municipalities. And I am optimistic at the progress that we see. It is unlike anything we've seen. The other truth we have to acknowledge is that we are nowhere near the relief that our constituents, both sheltered and unsheltered, deserve. The other truth is that this is not something that is in our lane, and we've had a lot of conversation about this, and I'm asking that question of other departments. And our constituents are being triple taxed when they pay tax to a state and to a county that both have health and human services mandates, and then also have to pay taxes to us that have to be used for health and human services things. And I don't think that's something, I think the mayor is quite right when she makes that point, that we should not be getting out of our statutory lane. It is a service to our constituents and taxpayers that we don't allow them to be triple taxed. However, an incentive like this brilliant incentive that Councilmember Pui has thought up and refined, I do believe is a good way for us to catalyze movement on it without us having to take ownership and get out of our lane and create programs that triple tax our constituents while also offering them the relief that they are owed. Our districts have been under siege from this crisis. Those who are unsheltered looking for a place where they can be safe, where they can maintain some basic necessities to keep themselves together. The sheltered constituents from not knowing who's going to be in their neighborhood and who is safe and who is a threat to them. The investment in this program would allow us, and there's a lot of things to be determined. For instance, we need to understand how, if we grant funds to some private entity that would like to take this on, where is safety? How do we have parameters to make sure the people there are being treated fairly and safely, and we won't have another tragedy? We need to have the discussion about RVs and tents. There, now that we've doubled it, I see that there's ample room for us to catalyze a response to both. The other truth that we have to examine is no one is imagining this is a panacea or a silver bullet. Instead, this is a needle mover. This is an opportunity for us to tell those exhausted humans who have had nothing but repeated possessions taken away and who have had to start again endless number of times, to tell them we are moving towards your health and your stability. Telling our neighbors we are moving towards your security and prosperity. It is meant to be a needle mover. It is meant to be activity. It is in no way meant to usurp the rightful role that the state is taking on, that we are so glad to support. Councilmember Pui was explicit in securing a promise that this kind of program would not subvert the activity being led by the state. And former Senator Niederhauser has been good to his word on every other thing that we've asked him, and I am inclined to believe him on this. So those are my takeaways as well.
Just before we get too far on this, I want to remind us that Councilmember Wharton was one of the people that I think asked for some additional convincing, so we can keep talking about it today, but I would, I think that the effort may be better in talking with him directly and helping him. I guess where I'm at with this, because I was also a little uncertain, is I'm feeling more comfortable with it than I was at our last meeting. I guess I'll say I'm like halfway there, and maybe that means 250 instead of 500, or maybe it just means one more conversation, I'll get to the full 500. But you've moved me closer to a yes than I was last time on this money. And so that's where I'm at. But I think it's Councilmember Wharton that, out of respect for him, we should make sure he's included in this conversation.
Because I'd like to dig a little deeper in this, because this would be ongoing funding in my respect, because
it's not proposed that way.
Okay, it's not proposed.
One could say that,
but I look at it, a difficult program here. This is what my first concern about sanctioned camping 8 months ago, when it was in Jello form. We didn't have an off ramp. In this case, I'm looking at it going, okay, we're going to fund this sanctioned camping on city money separate from the state sanctioned camping. Is that correct? Or is
It's meant to be a match, so it's meant to be seed money to a private organization that could be matched. And the proposal was made that the state be one of the matching agencies, but I mean, I don't care if it's private dollars or public dollars. And so it's meant to be seed money that is matched and leveraged for small impacts, 10/10s.
Right.
You know, that
and
kind
so,
of thing.
So, and I appreciate all that because I think it's, the whole program is necessary. And I appreciate that the city wants to provide funding for it. But my concern is that we end up with a lot of administrative costs on something like this nature, where if we just supplement a bigger program, we could actually have that go that direction.
The problem is there is no bigger program.
Well,
like that's one of the holes in our system, is that even if the state were to magically find a place tomorrow, we don't have providers prepared for this. So this may actually help be a pipeline too for us to get providers who are ready to handle a larger thing when the land negotiations happen.
So I don't want to go back to your point about having the Councilmember Wharton discussion. I'm open to the ideas, but I'm also just being cautious on the administrative cost and burden on the city to do these things when we may be able to just leverage the state to kickstart them a little bit more. I don't know if that's.
No, I think that that would be my wish too. But my neighbors, as you know, they need an answer faster, and I think I'm hoping that this will trigger some smaller opportunities for this to be a solution. The state is looking into seems like some smaller option and some larger option on this. But you know, I think that in the sense of partnership and the sense of urgency that my neighbors and our neighbors are asking, I mean, I think from District 2 perspective, and I bet it's true for District 1, there is probably there is an unsanctioned camping within 2 or 3 blocks from anybody's house.
It's in 5 as well.
Yeah,
and 7,
5 and 7.
I think.
And the issue is great. And I think that, again, I understand the concern of the ownership of this issue, and you know, we just discussed some of this other funding. Is this our role or is this not, right? And it touches in all the departments too. I just felt like we really need to figure out a way that we don't take over the program, because we don't want to be the one agency running this either. This is why I propose this to be a grant, and in conversations with you, with you as a council, I thought it maybe as a match, it was a better way to make sure that they are leveraging other funds too, so we're not the only funding agency for something like this. So we're trying to find a common sense approach to this, but there is something needs to happen. And I'm told by smaller organizations that are dealing on the ground with those on shelter that a little funding could go a long way for them to start a small camp and prove the concept.
Okay, I'll say I really like the idea of the grant and having it be a matching thing and having it be administered by somebody outside of the city, but we're helping to fund that. Right. I think that is like the exact sweet spot of where we're balancing our statutory responsibility and what is and is not within that bucket, as with the real urgency that I'm hearing from my constituents, and I know you all are as well. So I really like the way it's been proposed, and I'm feeling like it's more and more comfortable.
I really appreciate the conversation, and I agree. And also when you talk about the grant, and you just kind of explained it a little bit more, just right there. So I'm open to it, and I'd like to just have a little more discussion on it. So appreciate it.
And in terms of the ongoing question, in my ideal conceptualization, this would not be ongoing. What this would do would be buy us some time so that all of those amazing investments we have made year over year in affordable housing have time to come online. In the meantime, the people who have been traumatized by the experience of being unsheltered can be in safe places where they can rebuild institutional trust and get to a place where they will be willing to take advantage of those deeply affordable options. So in my estimation, it would not be, maybe it would need to be renewed, you know, a year or two, but hopefully we would phase this out and just give time for those other options to come online.
Thank you. And just one thing that I wanted to add to the whole conversation, I feel like, you know, as we talked about other cities having done this successfully, and I think Wayne Niederhauser also had, other than the Denver model, he mentioned other models in the Hope model. I can't remember where it was. Regardless, I think we ought to be also looking at what part of the Salt Lake City was to have one of these options. What is it that the legislative body needs to be working on and our city attorney so that we can copy that model, because obviously it has worked in some cities has worked, and we know that in other cities hasn't worked. So we have to be conscious of that too. But what are the best models out there that we can copy and not recreate the wheel and a lot of things that pertain to ordinances and land use and attorney-related issues or legal issues? Thanks.
Our conversation summoned Andrew.
Yeah, I can see Andrew right there.
Okay, let's hear from Andrew, and then maybe let's put a pin in this until Councilmember Wharton can join us again.
This may or may not be helpful for your future conversations next week. Depending on your orientation for the funding, from what I've heard so far, there's an idea of doing essentially grants that are matching for external monies to organizations to do as small as, say, 10-person camp concepts, whatever that looks like. Currently, I'll just say this doesn't mean permanently this will be like this, but currently there are plans for slightly larger programs that are administered through the state, 30 to 50 people, and then a larger one, obviously. There's not necessarily, to my knowledge, anything contemplated for a large variety of smaller ones at that sort of scale. So to partner with an external entity to oversee that would mean that either, say, the state takes on a similar sort of programming concept that matches this, or the city money gets partnered with the state on their concepts, which are probably a little bigger than what I've heard today. So I put that out there just to think through that if we stick with a really sort of small scale, broader one, with small organizations, it might fall to the city to administer that, because the state may not be in a place to do that sort of model. I don't know if that helps or hurts. This concept seems like we're not opposed to the money at all, but I think the details I think you mentioned earlier might need to be worked through to figure out if we don't feel comfortable taking that on as a city, even for a pilot, then we may need to think through how that matches with the external plans. That's all.
I guess to the extent that we fund this, I would be comfortable with a little bit more flexibility for whichever person comes with an idea for this money to go to. Really, it's urgency, right? It's whoever has the first project that's viable and feels safe.
It needs to be a strategic urgency, though, because these are human lives that we're dealing with, and so lots of safeguards.
But I think the first organization or governmental entity that has like a viable, vetted, solid program should be able to use it, whether it's 10 or...
This does have land use implications potentially that we probably should talk through on a policy level.
Yep, we will have to. Okay. What time do we need to move to board appointments? They here?
Let me look.
Are we not here yet? Okay.
The only other item that we were planning on discussing during unresolved issues today that I know for sure, let's see, board appointments are at 5:55. So we still have some time. And one thing we had discussed talking about is the Perpetual Housing Fund, because it is on the council's agenda for the formal meeting tonight in conjunction with Budget Amendment number 6. And the administration has provided us some additional information, including a potential draft term sheet. I think Danny Walls is online virtually if the council has questions for him, or if the council wants to discuss. You'll notice that the motion sheet that is in your packets that Ben prepared has motion number 2, which allocates the funds but makes the release of the funds contingent upon the board approving the term sheet. So it essentially preserves the board's continued involvement in the conversation, right? Because if you end up with a term sheet that doesn't answer all your questions, you don't have to release the funds. I think that if you don't approve the perpetual housing funds at some point, either today or next Tuesday in conjunction with Budget Amendment number 6, you cannot have budget amendment number 6 held open into July, for example, because it's associated with the current fiscal year. So it would restart the need for a new budget amendment, which would mean that the funds would not get released until probably August at the soonest, when you factor in advertising and things like that.
I see. Is it once we adopt the new fiscal year, once we start the new fiscal year, there's no
start new
budget
budget
amendments to
Yeah.
the past year? Okay. Do we want to go to that? One other question I had was if there's anything that council member has put on this list that they're willing to take off. Well,
I was going to add clarification on an item that didn't have an amount that we know now has an amount, which is item 47. And I wanted to briefly give you some time to digest it.
What's the amount?
Time to digest item 47. I cannot speak to the microphone today. I closed the loop with all the different pieces that touch this 911 text messaging system, reporting system that the Unified Police Department is using, and they are incredibly happy with it. The administration and the police will love to have it. They've been looking into it for months, and talked to IT, who will manage this, the implementation or something like this. And you probably heard that I mentioned the issue of the cloud. This will help not only externally to those that are calling the police for whatever reason, to know that their case is being worked, because they know when there's a dispatch, they know when there's a conclusion to that call, even though this person might not be at the same spot waiting for the police officer to arrive. But it also helps dispatch, because it will also minimize the amount of times that people are calling back to dispatch to check on a case. And UPD is using it to receive feedback from the interactions with police officers, and they are incredibly happy with the amount of positive feedback from the community about the engagement that the police officers are having with the community. So the cost of this is $135,000 a year, and $10,000 one-time money. The police department has been looking into this for a while. They know that this will be fantastic to help with the community connection, to know that the police is doing their job when they're calling, but also it will help internally to streamline some of the processes. And I'm hoping that we really could try to find some money for this. It will make a big difference to those that have thoughts about our police force, but also minimize, make it easy for dispatch and all these other impacts that we're having right now.
Can you repeat the numbers?
135 ongoing, 10,000 one time.
And we will have those numbers updated in the next version that gets sent to you guys.
Have we confirmed with the impacted departments, dispatch, police, that they are willing, administration, that they're willing to adopt this?
Yes, they've been looking into
Okay.
this for a while. Yeah, so the chief, I talked to the chief, I talked to the IT department, I talked to all of them.
I think this is a good idea. I put it in the category of a great idea, but I don't know that it rises to the top of all the things that we're doing. So I need to see their new growth numbers and the judgment levy and all the things that we've chosen to remove added in before I'm ready to say yes on this one. And I would put the train crossing signs, the Hive Pass, and the funding for economic development partnership with smaller nonprofits in that same category of all really good ideas that if we have the money, I would like to fund, but other things are higher than those on my list. Those include the ones that I think are really important to me are the construction mitigation funding in economic development, the Blackwater tank voucher program, and the additional quick action traffic calming. Those are probably of the ones we haven't really talked about, those are the three that are probably highest on my list.
Can you repeat that?
Okay, 44, 49, and 57.
Thank you.
The one that I still need more convincing, like even if we had $20 million to spend, that I still need more convincing is the RV enforcement compliance team. So I'm still stressed about what that team does and means. I think all the rest, if we have the money, I'm supportive of it. In terms of anything in the transportation streets or other category. And I think the RV compliance team may be important and maybe a high priority. I just am not yet sure. So that's where I'm at with all of those other ones, I guess.
Does anyone else want to say what their priorities are? Because I know how
I
Darren's
think it'd
marked.
be helpful, yeah.
I'll just start. I'm really looked at the Hive passes and the bus passes and the use of those bus passes for the K through 8, and adding that parent to using the buses would go a long way across all the city and kids getting in that area. So
What line item is that, Darren?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's line item 42.
Thank you.
And we're already being matched with the foundation and UTA, so I think that sets really a good tone across the board, especially for all the kids, because we've used 400,000 trips we're taking this past year, and I think we'd see we'd see an increase if we would add that one parent. So but I'm okay, Mr. Chair, I kind of agree with on the other sides. So thank you.
And I'll say those are my priorities, and that's where I'm feeling with all of them. But I don't I'm not gonna throw a fit if I'm outvoted on any of those things. The only one that I really still want some more information on is the RV enforcement. So that can be now or offline or whatever. And I just wanted to share where I was at with the whole list. Go ahead.
I want to give Anna the chance. Do you want to go next, or do you need another minute? So I'm going to prioritize putting money on the LDA and the prosecutors. So that is
37 and 38.
Thank you. After that, my next priority is this grant for sanctioned camping to move the needle on it. On the RV enforcement, I could definitely get behind you. I don't know that 3 are necessary, so I think there is something between that line item and 0. So maybe it's a scaling down of the RV enforcement. Darren's concern about number 58. So I could get behind a conversation around that.
Okay.
And then the other things that we brought up, I need convincing on the Love Your Block, the Know Your Neighbor, the sustainability, and the citywide events. I'm still just not at peace with them at the moment. I am not saying they are wonderful ideas, and I love you all for wanting to make our city a vibrant place. I'm just not convinced about the prioritization of them.
Anna, do you want to share which are your top?
My top priorities or what I think I have questions on still.
I guess if there's anything you're certain on
Okay.
that you definitely want to advocate for, and ones that you definitely don't want to add in, I don't know, that if you have certain.
So I think I'll join your questions on the RV enforcement. One, it's hefty. I think I'm still in the same position as last time. Like, what are these 3 people? I mean, I know what we're trying to accomplish, but where are they going anywhere? So we already have compliance people telling people that can't be parking on our streets more than 48 hours. So maybe we need to focus on where they can go, not necessarily to tell them that they need to leave after 48 hours. So I don't know how to resolve that, guys. The other thing was, for me, I know we talked about the additional quick traffic calming stuff. It was $100,000, but then in the CIP, there's a bunch of like the livable streets.
Right, which are, I think,
I know there was some distinction there, but I
different
can't
and
remember.
a different and distinct program.
Okay.
Yeah, and so transportation provided us some information about what they would do with that quick traffic calming, which is separate from the livable streets item, which is more like long-term investments. So starting on page 2, they go through kind of what you would see on the ground for that $100,000.
All right. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. And I remember I wanted that, but I just want to make sure that it was separate than what was in CIP. I think I'm going to abstain from comments. I'm not, I think that's it for me. I'm not.
And Mr. Chair, I don't know if the council members have had a chance to talk to the group. I mean, the council members had a chance to talk to the group about all the other items that they requested be on the list. Staff listed the items that each council member requested be added to CIP, but I don't know that council members have had that opportunity.
Yeah, maybe that's
different.
I'd like to pause on CIP too.
You don't want to talk about?
I feel like we have enough to
Yeah.
to chew on here, and we're missing 2 districts currently, and it feels like.
Well,
That's
we can
fair.
flag that to start with next time.
Would you give me, Mr. Chair, a chance to go through my quick list? I know that we already know, but
Yes.
summarize it.
Sorry.
Yes.
No, you're totally fine.
Yes, everyone else has done that. Of course you can do that.
Thank you. For the order of priority for me, I mean, it's hard to prioritize this amazing, I think, like all of these amazing ideas that everybody brought to the table. I think, obviously I am biased towards projects I am trying to add into this. Obviously the sanction campaign, grant fund, and I'm willing to find more common ground on the amount for what that is. So that is something that obviously I'm very, very supportive of. The train crossing safety signs is something that I feel very strongly about, to prove the concept and to try to help the neighbors and everybody crossing the train tracks have that information on when the train is coming. I think that would be a big deal for anybody crossing to the west side or out of the west side. And the Blackwater tank voucher program the administration found some funds for it already. So it's so technically, if we agree to that, it's not an additional money, and it's in the fine print under the title in there. And then the other thing that I'm very interested in is on parity. LDA prosecutors, and again, I'm not lobbying for more money. Obviously, if we can find more money, let's find more money for that. But as much as we can match the salary levels for the prosecutors that work in our city to the legal defenders that work in our city, that would be a good goal for me, even if it doesn't mean to add money to it. So if it means to lower the prosecutors to match the LDA, is parity the first goal that I want us to achieve on this issue. And I know that Sim probably is not very happy about that comment, but I feel like parity is something that I feel very strongly on that issue. So those are the 3 that I felt very strongly at the moment.
And I didn't mention the compensation-related ones, but those 2 are the highest. Of the compensation-related ones, the LDA and the prosecutors are the ones that I think we focus on.
And is it worth it for us to have a more robust discussion about, we had that discussion about if we can only fund 14 instead of 16 at 100%. Like, is it worth it for us to have that conversation now? Is that something that we want to work out between ourselves later? I have a hard time believing they're going to get to the hiring. If the market is as tough as they say, hiring is difficult anyway. We know that historically that office has difficulty hiring and retaining. I want to be practical about how we use the dollars. There are a lot of competing needs.
I think the difficult, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Nope, I want to hear
just the logistical difficulty of ensuring that we have the right dollar amount for the right number of people. It's just been complicated. And so if you take a percentage off, that may be just as easy as anything.
Okay.
At this point, knowing that it's not the full request.
Okay. I'm wondering if this gives staff enough direction to maybe start filling in some of these columns to see if all of our wants, how far our wants exceed our means.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I think
this much information?
Yes, I think at least partially. I think the CIP is a big expensive unknown.
I will share that I have a lowered, because there's parks in my district that weren't funded, like First Encampment Park, that I would like. I know that the community really wants, and I was hoping it would score higher, and so I kind of feel inclined not to add money to CIP, and for even the traffic calming ones, I'd rather do the additional quick traffic calming that I think could spread throughout the city much faster than funding specific ones. So
I think because just to get to your original question, I think that makes it difficult to have one scenario, just because I know that there are differences of opinion on that.
Yeah.
Because that swings the net like in the millions.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. And so maybe we can come up with like 3 scenarios that fund varying combinations of things. We'll see.
It's like choose your own adventure, right?
I'll play with it and we'll see.
I could also do it myself.
Yeah. Well, and I could send
With
out
math, but-
I could send out the Excel spreadsheet if you want to play with
can all
it.
play around with it.
Or like I said, I can just make a couple of versions of this document, and none of them are binding. And
Can I say Councilmember Pui was really good about reminding me. Line number 51, that was a CIP request by one of my constituents that I had asked to see if it could be phased. I don't feel comfortable asking for this amount of money, but Ben, will you help me? There was one element of the request that isn't too cost intensive that I would like to keep on, and it's the solar powered speed limit signs there, correct? And can you remind me what the amount for that was?
It's $30,000 for 2 signs. They're $15,000 each.
Thank you. So 51 should go from a request of 605 at this point down to 30,000. And it's the only part of that CIP request I'd like to make real as a sign of good faith to that part of the city that we're listening is the solar powered.
CIP was a minimum of 50 in our policy.
That is the definition.
So do we need to give it? Do you need 3 solar powered signs?
you could fund it out of non-departmental or
something else.
transportation.
Yeah,
if it's coming from the general fund.
Could we actually repackage this and do solar power speed limit signs in several places? Because I would be more than happy to get. Yeah, we've got other places that definitely need it.
Or I have some that are broken. Could those get fixed also?
Create a little fund for solar power signs, and we fix them or replace them or add new ones.
I feel inclined to support that. Yeah.
It's a sign of good faith to those people out on Rose Park Lane, and there's big development pressures out there right now too. So we definitely want those constituents to know they're not forgotten, but this project is not currently a scope that I think we can undertake well.
And on my project, on number 54, it's 494, it's 5 projects. I've asked transportation to break them down. There's probably 3 that are higher priority, and I just need to see the breakdown of those 5 projects. I don't know what that is. We asked for that a couple weeks ago. We're still kind of waiting for that number. Because it is street safety, which I think is, we have a lot of money, geo bond, sales tax bond on parks, but street safety is paramount across the whole city. So.
And Mr. Chair, on just to help the administration on this issue, 52 Madsen Park improvements. If I remember right, I added that to the park that I selected for the bond. So this is a moot question, in my opinion. So it means
we can remove it.
We can remove it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I need some of those street solar power signs. Just saying.
You guys are trading your parks for solar powered street signs. Okay.
The other discussion item was the perpetual housing fund, and letting staff know if there's any additional language, either additional language you want to see tonight, if you would like an additional week to work on additional language, or if you're okay adopting it as the motion sheet is proposed tonight. Like I said, Danny's available online to answer questions. So
I don't want to take too much time because we have both of our
board
appointees here, and I want to honor their time. But I think it's worth us taking one more week. There's new information that needs to be verified. So I am asking us to please take another week on this.
I'm okay taking another week for new information. I am going to need a lot of new information to not want to adopt it before the deadline. So does that make sense?
You want to adopt it for the deadline
before the new fiscal year starts.
before we have to restart.
So that we don't have to restart the whole clock on the budget amendment. I would like to do that, but if you need a little more time, I'm okay.
I agree, and I
I'm
will
okay
commit to
holding
that.
on
I will make a,
And
I agree, we need to make a decision before the fiscal clock restarts.
but if it's an additional week to
Yeah.
go through some of this new information, I'm okay if that helps you get more comfortable.
Yes, please.
And just to let the council know, Lisa provided some information on the Love Your Block program, and staff have forwarded that to the council. We'll include that as additional information in the next version of the unresolved issues item that goes into packets.
Okay, council members, before we move on to board appointments, any last very short things to communicate to the public and staff about unresolved issues?
I just want to, the D4 reach, on line 53, is that the same as line 20 in the CIP ban?
Let me
Maybe not, okay.
let me pull it up so I can look at it. Which were the two? 20 and
The Richmond Park Playground.
Oh, it's a small part. No, it's not the same. Okay, thanks. I got it. Found it. It's not
Yep.
the same. All right, I'm not going to say anything. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
hope that was
Very helpful.
I
Thank
hope
you.
that we're getting somewhere. I feel like we are.
Baby steps, we're heading there.
I feel like we're moving in a direction. I don't know if it's the right one, but all right. Where's my agenda? Let's see. Okay, next item is a written briefing on the 911 department budget. If you're interested in learning more about that, make sure you check out the written briefing. And then now we're on two board appointments. The first is a board appointment to the Sister Cities Board for Melissa Grice. And the second is a board appointment to the Human Rights Commission for Jennifer Mayer Glenn. And I see them both here. Let's go with Missy first. Hello.
You can call me Melissa.
Melissa.
Please don't.
The Sister Cities Board, we're excited for the recent reinvigoration of that. I'm excited at least, and thank you for being willing to volunteer some of your time with that board. If you could introduce yourself for the public and why you care about this board.
My name is Missy Grice. Legally, it's Melissa Grice, but I am the owner and founder of Public Coffee, Public Kitchen, Public Eds, Public Space. I've been volunteering in the Salt Lake community since I moved here in 1997. I've served on various boards, chaired boards. I currently sit on the Spy Hop Board of Directors and the Salt Lake City Police Foundation Board. I'm on a couple of advisory boards, small boards, but I feel like after attending the first board meeting that I would represent well the small business community. And also I just love being a community advocate, so.
Thank you. Council members, any questions?
Is there a particular region or country or that made
right.
you want to join this board?
Very honestly, no, it wasn't about that. It was more about representing Salt Lake City, so.
Wonderful. Well, I can vouch for all the community service you do. Thank you so much for everything. And I'm frankly surprised you want to volunteer more, but thank you for being willing to do that.
Thanks, Brenda.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. You'll be on our consent agenda tonight. You don't need to come. Jenny, hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you.
You too.
Thank you for being with us. You are recommended for appointment to the Human Rights Commission.
Yes.
Could you let us know a little bit about yourself for us and the public, and then why Human Rights Commission is
Sure.
where
My
you're
name
willing
is
to
Jenny
spend
Mayer
free time?
Glenn. I'm the Director of University Neighborhood Partners. It's a department of the university that is focused and located in the west side of Salt Lake City. So we do a lot of work in supporting education pathways and for folks who don't typically get access to higher ed, and also building the capacity in the community, focusing on community wealth building and community education and lots of stuff. I also have been an advocate and a volunteer in the community for a lot of years. I have been on the Human Rights Commission in the past. I think I was on from 2005 to 2011. and just recognize it to be a place where some really great decisions can be made, and that both the community can learn more about the city and the city can learn more from the community in those spaces. So those are really the main reasons.
Wonderful. Thank council members.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, there's few people in Salt Lake City that, like Jennifer, so, helping the West Side and representing our communities, and I'm looking forward to you joining that board, so thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you do for the community and for, again, being willing to spend more time.
Councilmember Wharton texted in, he had an unexpected event, but he wanted it to be on the public record that Jenny is one of the best human rights commissioners he's ever had the opportunity to work with, and he wholeheartedly endorses her, as do I, particularly during COVID. Jenny's leadership for the Latino community was pivotal. She was part of our matriarchs who made sure that our people were not left behind. And it is a moment of example of how she excelled, but it is not at all an isolated example. It is who she is. And I'm really thankful that you're stepping into this position.
Gracias, Victoria.
Thank you so much for everything you do for the community. You'll be on our consent agenda tonight. You don't need to join us, but you're always welcome. All right, that leads us to report of chair and vice chair and announcements. I don't have a report, vice chair. No, we do have an announcement to go over.
And it's long.
And it's long, so buckle up.
Okay, so this is us coming back to you with a proposed timeline for the filling of the District 7 City Council position based on Councilwoman Fowler's resignation. So we are able to begin advertising before her term concludes, so that is expedited a bit in terms of getting someone in the seat. So we'll the vacancy effective date is Monday, July 3rd. The newspaper advertisement, you'll see here, we've listed the timing on the newspaper ad, office engagement, and noticing those details that you can look at and tell us if you have any suggestions or concerns. We don't have flexibility on the newspaper publishing dates because their publishing is pretty infrequent these days. We have the office engagement listed. One item is number 3, the special email list for any update relating to the vacancy. Anyone can contact our office or text any of us and ask to be on the email list, and all of the current information will be sent. Any changes in the schedule, any updates, any requests of council members, those sort of things, will develop that email list and make that available to everyone. The application period we're suggesting is Monday, June 26th through Monday, July 10th. And of course, people can begin working on their applications now. We've had a few phone calls and we've just said, typically the council appreciates a resume or a list of experience and cover letter. There may be other requirements, but anyway, so we already have received some queries. Let's see, we're proposing that interviews be on Thursday, July 13th at 1 p.m. The state code requires that all applicants have the opportunity for an interview in an open public meeting. And the way that the council has handled that in the past is to give them 5 minutes in the public meeting to present their interests and share their points with the council members, and then the council can ask questions as desired. So that interview will take place Thursday, July 13th. And it doesn't matter how many people apply, the interview requirement still stands. So then We will have, by the way, the Recorder's Office will manage all of the applications and a lot of the notification, so that it's handled the same way as our elections are handled by that objective third party. So we'll be able to share the candidates' information with you as a packet on Tuesday, July 11th. And I think it's public information as soon as it comes in. So I imagine we can get those forwarded to you as soon as they come in as well. But you'll get the full packet on Tuesday, July 11th. Possible selection date would be July 13th, Thursday, following the interviews. Or if you prefer, you can continue that to July 18th or another special meeting. The technical deadline under the state law is 30 days after the effective date, which would be August 2nd. So we have some questions for your consideration. And if you're okay with the basic timeline, that gets us to our next step.
Council members, are we okay with that timeline? I am. Thank you for putting that together.
Thank you, Lehua and Cindy Lou. And
I see nodding heads, so that,
okay.
yes, that's
Good,
a yes.
good, okay. So in some cases, the council decided to do a second round to narrow the applicants. So you had everyone give their 5-minute presentation and then narrowed it down and then had more discussion with the round 2 applicants. So you could do that, and you don't really have to decide that now. That's just something that we need you to think about. But if you already have thought through concerns that you had about any of the previous interview processes, it will help us to know what those are so that we can propose some changes and bring them back to the whole group. Selection process, you can use a ranked choice voting methodology or something that's a little simpler is if you each just have 2 or 3 votes and forward the names of 2 or 3 of the applicants, and that would be sorted by the city recorder to determine those then finalists. So once a new council member is identified, the recorder's office can perform the oath of office ceremony that night. And then how we've handled family and friends being included is to have an opportunity at the next city council meeting for the person to say a few words in public and include their family. On the application, we have talked to the chair and vice chair about this, and they were interested in asking the applicants to provide written responses to a few questions. So you could do this in a few different ways. One is to request that the responses be submitted with their applications, or another is as soon as the application window is closed, then you could provide those questions and ask for a turnaround time by the time we're sending out the packets. That tells you how quickly someone can act and whether they can be in the pressure system of getting things on a short turnaround time. But, you know, it's not earth-shattering.
I thought it was with the application.
We've done both.
We've done both?
Yeah.
Remember what you did? I thought it was with, well, it was a long time ago, but I thought it was with the application.
What Lehua is saying is it may have been with one of the other districts that the council just sent out the questions after.
After the application
After the.
closed.
I think I remember in mine that there was questions with the application, and then there was a second round of questions later on to follow up. And I mean, I like that. Just to insert a few thoughts onto this process, since I mean, many of us went through it, but I'm.
Yeah.
Four of us went through it. But
No, Victoria.
You kind of did.
but I am the one who beat the odds, and on this process, lost. Didn't get the support. Didn't earn the support from some of you here. I remember you very well.
Wow.
And
We know you do.
you know who you are. I would like to add to this questionnaire that a question if English is your second language, if I feel comfortable, not a required question, but I think it's an important question to know as an immigrant myself, and having to go through the extra steps of making sure that my answers didn't get affected by my English not being my first language. So if the person wants to submit that as an answer, I think that is an important consideration to have. And I also would like to add sample questions, an equity question related to, and I will leave this to debate here, but District 6 and District 7 and arguably represent some of the richest part of town or the wealthiest part of town. And I feel like it will be interesting for me to know, understanding that this council and this administration has been working very hard on fixing historical wrongs and how they feel about that. And I don't know how to word this question correctly, and maybe you guys can help if you guys feel like this is a question that you want to have answered, but that's something that I'm interested in adding into this process.
Okay, can we back up on the English as a second language question? Do you want to ask them
if they feel like, if they want to respond, not a required question,
okay,
if English is a second language?
The answer can be no if the resource doesn't exist, but I know we have a language access team. Would that be something we could offer applicants help?
We probably could do that. The difficulty is that I don't know if we have the capacity to offer that on an ongoing basis.
Oh, you mean if they became the council member, if we would have a translator? Oh.
From my perspective, obviously I'm not, I feel like a level of English is needed for this job. It's a question, debatable about the broader question there, but in my case, although my English, I struggle quite often. I felt like writing deep policy questions or answers in the level that many other people were answering, my English was detrimental, or my lack of, not being a native was detrimental to me and a process. So knowing that the person has a second language, this is a second language, not the first, that's not the only language, but the second language, it would have been important.
I understand. Okay, so we can work on those two things. And the second one, we would write it in terms of asking for their perspective about how they look at equity, inequity, those types of things, so that it doesn't feel like any type of litmus
Or
test.
maybe what is the role of the council in equity measures throughout the city or something like that? More like a philosophical, like a personal philosophy.
I'm hearing that we do want to send questions out. Can we answer whether we want to send it now or if we want to send it?
I think when they do whatever the first step to express their interest, when they contact, they get the questions at that point with a deadline to return them.
Questions are available, should be made available as soon as we decide on them.
I would like, this piggybacks off of what Councilmember Pui was saying, I would like question number 2 taken out. I don't really concern myself. Like, this just means that people who are really great at self-promotion have really awesome answers. People who either are in a second language or people like me who are uncomfortable with bragging about themselves are never going to answer this question in a way that competes with that. And really, I think one of the powers of our council is that we are all so deeply connected to our home communities, and we understand the unique needs of them and are able to respectfully advocate for them with the others. And so I'm more concerned with making sure that whoever we ask to join is intimately acquainted with what is needed in District 7 and can represent that comprehensively, especially during the CIP process. If it means that I have to listen to an accent, if it means that it takes them more words, or, you know, any other thing, I don't care. I just want the substance.
So, but I'm kind of confused here. So these are some sample questions, and these are maybe the questions we can say, hey, here's your application, resume, here's some ideas, that some questions that we should probably, you could ask us?
No.
Or do you want to have these?
We actually had written responses to questions. So we had to go through, there were like 5 or 8 questions, and we had to actually write a short essay about each of
Sometimes
them.
you've only included 2.
Right, we
I
only.
think you've included 5 before.
And so I think, I'm just saying that, and then we could also say, okay, we're going to have 2 questions on July 11th, or 2 questions for you to answer by the 13th, or whatever that date is.
So,
And return quickly, yeah.
the one thing that about question 2 is I know, I think during my appointment process, my experience with zoning and land use was brought up a lot. And so I think if there's somebody that has like a specific expertise, like your experience with nonprofits and things like that is something that.
But doesn't that fall under the priorities?
No, I don't know.
No, it was more like, is there any, I think that our body is the most effective when we have people that are experts in a lot of different things. And so, and I think we relied on Councilmember Fowler.
I'd like to just
Warren a lot for legal issues.
I'd like to just rephrase it. I really hate when people are just good at self-promotion, or they have a mastery of a language that allows them to present themselves in ways. And I want to focus on the substance of.
Do you have any particular areas of expertise?
Or experience, what experience?
In what ways do you see your past experiences helping you serve your district on the council? And I want to emphasize, because I think this is another strength of my co-counselors, is that we are serving on a council. We are not serving our personal agendas or future careers. We are serving on the council to represent, and I really want to make sure that as we invite someone new, that we are inviting someone who's going to represent District 7 faithfully, which is possibly the hardest thing to do when District 7 doesn't have a representative in the process.
I think it's just a matter of rewording that question, but I think the substance is there. Like, we want to know what skill set, what experience, like what can you bring, to the table to be effective and.
Or what experiences will shape your ability to contribute, or something like that.
Right. It could be a resume, but it could also be a life experience, right? And it could be a board it could be a board service. So I would like to see that question rephrased.
It's like when people ask you what your weakness is, and like, my weakness is that I care too much. Like, I'm done with that. I don't want that.
We can also read through those answers.
Yeah, but you know what? We got enough on our plate. I don't need to read through nonsense. Let's get to the bottom line.
I think 3, 4, and 6 are all very related to District 7, which I think is not bad. But do we want any of those to be switched to, like, what are your top budget priorities for the city instead of District 7? Because I actually really don't like when we start to pit one district against another in terms of budget issues. I think when it's like, here are the issues, like the policy issues that your district is facing, it feels more appropriate.
I think the truth is, we're asking for someone to represent District 7. So it almost maybe like a tangential, like, and how does that relate to how you perceive the needs of the rest of the city? Something that goes along with it. But the reason I want someone in this position as quickly as possible is because as we go through CIP, I know where in my district are the potholes, where are the green spaces, right? I do not know in District 7. I need someone who knows that. So there is a uniqueness to the knowledge and the advocacy that we are asking.
You would want to keep all 3 of those specifically.
I would actually think we should eliminate one of those questions from either 3 through 6. We should eliminate probably one of them.
They all feel similar.
They're all very similar, and also someone's going to be given 5 minutes to speak, and they're probably going to speak of something of this nature. So I would I'm not really sure if I would just eliminate number 4 or 5, but I would think that.
I don't want to take out 5 because I think.
Yeah, okay, so then I just think that I would eliminate one of them.
So take out 4?
Sure.
I think that one's really specific too. Okay, let's take out 4.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think the rest of them are fine to ask the questions and rewriting number 2.
3 and 6 really are the same question.
3 and 6 are very, very, yeah.
You see those as different questions?
No.
So what if we took out 6?
That's fine too.
Okay.
What
Because
if
we're going to get a lot. We're going to get a lot out of these other questions.
Yep.
And we have a 5-minute review, and so I mean, yeah.
What if we combined 1 and 3 somewhat, like about? I'm thinking about, okay, why do you want to serve on the council? And because I love civics, I don't know. But then, to me, it would be more important to know
They're going to answer that question.
what are the.
I mean, that first question is going to be answered when we give them 5 minutes. So why are you here? I mean,
I also, now that we've gone through them all, I also think that, to your point about question 2, I think we will get that information. If someone is an expert in something, their resume or their speech are going to highlight that. So I'm also okay taking that away now that I sort of think through the whole process. Okay. I heard a sigh. Councilmember Valdemoros, do you want to keep 2?
Sorry, I'm just so tired. My brain is like. No, I'm just thinking. I also want to know not only what they think the issues are in District 7, but what they think about the issues are in Salt Lake City in general. Like how it's not just about District 7. It's about the city in general, and see if they understand that there are other things in other districts that are pressing.
Okay.
We could
I have
combine
a proposal.
them. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if we keep question 1, cut question 2, 4, and 6, and then duplicate 3 once for District 7 specific and once citywide?
Sure.
And then I think maybe we could reword 5 just a little shorter. With regard to development density occurring in the Hard Sugar House, what do you think are the top 3 priorities or challenges? The end. And why? Or something like that? I think asking what the city's role, I have to think back before. I didn't really entirely know what the city's role is on anything, and I don't think I'm glad that my naivety on some of those issues didn't disqualify me. Right? Because you learn that quickly, but what do you see as issues facing your community? Then you're going to learn how to use the job and use the position to solve those issues. So
I'm okay with that. And
Okay.
I suggested that equity, some sort of equity question.
And the equity question, yes, I would like to add that too.
Okay. Can I propose another
Yes.
slight mush? What are the issues facing Salt Lake City or District 7 that make you interested in serving on the council? And that would replace number 1 and what we had as
I like that.
3.
I like that.
So it would make it either city or district specific. They could speak to what they are focused on. Or you want both?
I mean, if Councilmember Petro was saying that you wanted something to highlight how knowledgeable they are about their community specifically. So,
But I think that question gets to it, right?
but what if someone chooses to answer only for the city as a whole, not for District 7?
Right.
That's why I was thinking we have to ask that question twice.
Yeah.
Once for District 7
Or
specifically,
like with
and
an
once
A
for
and a
the
B
city.
to it.
Yeah.
Like an A and a B.
Because I would like
and
to
I
know
think
what
we need to
people think about-
acknowledge this is unpaid labor that we're asking from people. So I think keeping the questions minimal and concise is fair.
Depending on how many applicants you receive, it will be a lot of information
So,
to read.
am I hearing this right? We're going to say, what are the issues facing District 7 that make you interested in serving on the council? Question 1. What are the interests in Salt Lake City, citywide, that make you interested in serving on the council? The question about development shortened, and then the equity question.
Yes.
Right.
And we have,
Is that good? Okay.
and I will draft those, especially so that I get the equity question written to meet your needs and send those out to you this week.
In terms
so
of
that they're
timing, I would
available.
advocate for giving those questions out immediately so people can start thinking about it, but requiring it to be submitted
By the 10th.
after the
By the-
after the application deadline, but maybe a few days before the interview deadline.
I thought it was by the 10th.
You only have 2 days between
Yeah.
those. The applications
Oh,
are due that
never mind
Monday
then.
by 4, and then your meeting
right.
will be that Thursday.
Never mind.
Yeah.
to read them.
And we have to,
You're right.
And it's several weeks out at this point, so if we make them available soon, then it gives people the
Okay.
time, maybe? Is that okay?
Okay,
Okay.
I agree.
So I'll get the final
Um,
list out to you guys with it tomorrow, and we
I think
can
there are two other questions you need to answer. Rank choice versus
oh, yeah.
narrowing down
We
versus.
don't have to answer that tonight.
Just to have in your mind.
Just have it in our minds.
I don't mind the way that we did it before, where
Have a couple of votes.
you each get to vote for 2 or 3 people depending on who it is. See if
Then you
there's one
have-
person
That gets all of
that,
them.
a magic person like Anna who everyone votes for, or if we have to go to round 2. And then asking them to do a 5-minute speech and then prepare a second speech just in case. Oh, yours as well. You also, yes, you're right.
You also.
Won in one round. You also
Can you put
won
like
an
below
election.
the
so-
the council, what do you call it? The council appreciates brief, concise, and direct answers.
All right, but we're going to have to be brief, concise, and direct too, okay?
Don't ramble. Don't be like us.
Don't be like us. Okay.
That's it.
Does that give you the answers? Okay, so with that, our work session is adjourned and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock for formal.